Because on this day, in 1994,
Wow.
I know, right? Blur released their third studio album.
Blah.
Third studio album. Featuring this, Park Life was the name of the album. Featuring that single. Yeah.
One of the pioneers of alternative.
You could say that.
Now you played the Misfits and Dope Addicts because we are all here. However, we aren't all here.
Mm-hmm.
Is my microphone okay?
It's a little low.
Could be turned up a little.
All right.
A skosh.
I'll give it just a skosh. There's a skosh.
That's better.
Hi. Good morning. Yeah, I'm...
Maybe a little more skosh.
Okay. Hang on.
One more skosh.
One more. There we go.
I liked that skosh.
You can hear the dirty pot there as I turn it up.
Dirty pot.
Dirty pot. I'm home. Bill is home. Because I have...
Because
on this day, I have a cold. I'm pretty sure it's cold.
You haven't tested.
Have you tested for COVID? I know I haven't. Because I'm sort of really familiar with colds. It's the first time I've had one in 2 years because
maybe it has been a long time and you don't remember what it maybe. That's not Bill.
There it is, right there. That's what it is.
But you're going to test before you come back to work, though.
Yeah, I will.
Because that's a responsible thing to do.
Yeah, I'm feeling well enough right now. I just don't know what I looked it up and say, well, how long are you contagious if you have a cold?
You have a cold.
And it says, first of all, the wonderful thing about it is you can not know that you have it, have a cold, just like COVID, and still be infecting people, still be infectious for up to 2 days before you start to feel the symptoms yourself.
Well, a cold is a coronavirus.
Yeah.
There are many coronaviruses, and a cold is a coronavirus.
And it, so then it said, and then you may be still contagious up to 3 days after you don't feel symptoms anymore. So I don't.
See, and I was the one that was worried traveling and coming back to you guys. That
you what?
I was worried because I was traveling this weekend that I would bring something back.
Well, you might have something. You might.
I don't think so.
Again, if a cold is the same thing as a coronavirus, it's a coronavirus. You can have symptoms for 2 or 3 days before. Or you can be you won't know you have it for 2 or 3 days, and you can still infect people. So, Carrie, good luck.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, Sue brought this up yesterday.
About me coming back.
Yes, she's been around all those wedding people.
Yeah.
It's true. And in airport where I would say there's probably a 3 to 5% mask wearing. If we had been thinking about this and doing it the right way, now I made the decision immediately when I got this cold. Well, I can't go in the studio with those guys. In the old days, I probably would have. Yeah.
And then it would have been 50-50 whether you guys got a cold. Yeah. That's just the way, I didn't feel horrible enough that I couldn't work. I felt pretty bad, but not horrible enough. But now in these days, I thought, no, we have the ability. I should stay home. And what if we had been really thinking about your trip, Gina? We should have said, Gina needs to be in quarantine for a couple of days, and so she should be at home as well.
And people are going to say, you guys are you're overreacting.
Sissies.
But our job is different than a lot of people's jobs in that we're in a small room 4 hours talking. It's different than lots of other things.
Yes. It is, in fact, different than lots of other things. So I get we should have really thought of that. But I don't think that's overreacting. It's prudent, and we have the ability to do it.
I know. People were asking me about how we did this during COVID, and I said, well, we were home,
but now we're back, and they said, well, how did it work from home? I said, it was fine.
It's fine.
They said, so why are you not just doing that? And I said, because people are
Because this.
people.
We're gonna get angry and turn off the show. I have reams and reams and reams of notes.
Yes.
It needs to be better.
Yes.
Yes. It needs to be louder and faster and
Yes.
funnier. Yeah, and I dare say that people have no idea whether I'm in the studio or not right now. They don't know.
They don't know.
I'm just a voice.
Only because we just told them. You know.
I'm not Bill Alden. I'm just a voice. I'm the voice you hear.
I was surprised and not surprised at how little masking I saw on my.
I wouldn't have been surprised at all. People are done.
But, yeah.
Yeah, but what?
But the coronavirus isn't
If
done.
they say what? But if people say they're done, what are you gonna do? What
I
are you
guess
gonna
because
do?
I don't mind wearing it. I don't see what,
And you look really good in it too.
Thanks.
Yeah.
It's not like having a rock in your shoe where you're like, oh my God, I can't wait till I can take my shoe off and get this rock out
Wouldn't
of my
that
shoe.
be great if you could prevent getting coronavirus by just putting a rock in your shoe?
But I mean, I'm just so tired of walking. The only thing that keeps me from getting coronavirus is walking around with a rock in my shoe. But I guess I'll do it.
How dare you force me into the tyranny of putting a piece of cloth over my and then I have to reach over one ear and put it behind that, and then I have to do the left ear
Well, how
as
would you
well.
like it if we had you put a rock in your shoe?
It was
Yeah.
just fine.
It's
These so-called patriots never would have made it in World War
No,
II.
they wouldn't.
Never.
it's dumb. It's just dumb.
Yeah.
We live in the world of dumb. Thank God, though, the French had a little bit of a little
Yeah.
bit of sense and didn't elect that monster who has run several times for the presidency of France, whose father ran for the presidency of France, and they're monsters.
Yep.
And the French people said, "No monsters for
No.
us, Monsieur Macron."
No.
So that's a good thing.
I haven't done a lot of traveling the last couple of years, but with the new airport, I have to say, I love that our good friend Bad Brad Wheeler is there to welcome me every time I get off the plane.
Is it what people say that there's just too much damn walking?
It's fine. Again,
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing, is that people are overreacting to
wusses.
this walk.
It's fine.
You know, how dare you oppress me with making
No.
me walk in my freedoms and the mask.
The airport is beautiful. I've said this before. The only problem I have with the airport is that I will never have a layover there. Because
true.
it's got.
You could.
No, why would
No.
I ever have a layover there?
Here's how. You go to get your flight, and they say, "Oh, we're so terribly sorry. Your flight has been
I
delayed."
mean, okay, well, maybe.
That's going to happen.
But there's cool local restaurants that have a bunch of them. I had a Bruges waffle while I was waiting to get on.
You went to Bruges.
But there's tons of cool stores and restaurants, and
I'll never know.
you're never flying
I just don't
again.
think I'm going to fly again. You know,
Me either.
I really
if I can't
don't.
drive. I ain't going.
It's okay. I
I
think
can't.
No,
I think you need to rip the Band-Aid off.
I'm going to.
Carrie, go to California because it's a quick flight.
That's what I'm going to
It's-
do.
And wear your mask, and you'll be fine.
Excuse me,
Go
Carrie. Would you go to California?
Yes, please. Oh, I'm going to go see my nieces, and
Yeah.
gonna do it.
Should we get on with it?
Yeah. If
so
you
it's
go to the FAR terminal, there's a sign that says you're going to be walking for 15 minutes from this point. Is that
So?
true?
That's a long. That's a long haul. That's
Do you know what you should do? Here's what I do before I get on the plane. I get to the airport an hour before my flight, and do you know what I do? I don't sit at the gate. I walk around because I'm going to be sitting on the plane for
well. Now
at
you
least
won't
an
have
hour.
time to do that because you've got to walk 15 minutes.
No, I'm saying it's a good thing to walk before you get on the plane. This
not
is
for
not
those of
horrible.
us who have physical disabilities.
Well, then
Or
there are
patriots.
accommodations.
Yeah. All right, let's get it over with.
Check-ins, 877-602-9696. What's up with you? We'd like to hear from you. We really would. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We probably could give you a mug. No, tote bag, a Radio from Hell tote bag.
Sure.
Is that's one right behind Carrie that I can see there. Beautiful, beautiful Radio from Hell tote bag. So do that. 877-602-9696.
I didn't do anything this week. I was such a slug this weekend.
Sometimes you need a sluggy weekend.
I didn't think.
Good for you.
How do you turn that off?
Alcohol.
Genius switch. How do you turn that off?
Alcohol. Alcohol.
What kind? What was your alcohol of
I-
choice this weekend?
Anything I could get. Whatever was handed to me, whatever was handy. It didn't matter.
It didn't matter?
No, didn't matter.
You weren't
I'll take-
discriminating
Nope.
about no?
Why?
I'll take some of that, sure.
Is it good wine? It's good enough.
Yeah. I'll have some of that. You bet.
And you were just handed things?
Went out to dinner.
That's the way it should be.
Went out to dinner on Valentine's Day.
You
and-
did? You did that going out on Valentine's?
Yeah.
That's brave.
Yep. Had a nice dinner at Copper Onion, and you know, pork belly should be one of the major food groups.
I agree.
It really should be.
What was the pork belly on? Or was it
No,
just,
it was just pork belly.
just out there
Pork
being
belly.
pork belly?
Pork belly with some cherries and some Brussels sprouts and turnips. You know, just kind of as a little
A side
starter,
dish?
a little starter to the evening, and then
Nice.
man.
Did you take in your surroundings? Did you look at the other people that chose to go out on Valentine's Day?
I
See
did.
How in love they are?
I
or
did.
Not?
There was it was well, so it was very busy. Copper Onion was very busy. I assume all the restaurants were very busy on Saturday. Did you go out on Saturday?
No.
No. So it was very busy. To the table to our left, two guys out on a Valentine's date.
Guys?
And then a table across from us, a guy and two girls. And they kept they were quite annoying because the guy kept hanging a spoon on his nose. You know how you do? You take a
when
spoon
you're
and
a little kid.
yeah, and you hang it off the edge of your nose, or he would put it across his nose, and then he would insist on one of the girls taking a picture of him. And this kept going on, and then the spoon would slip off, and then he would just laugh uproariously.
Were these
And,
12-year-olds?
And they thought it was funny too.
No one's ever done this before.
And it kind of went on, seemed to go on and on and on and on. And then they had the waiter take a picture of the three of them together.
Can you believe
And
this?
it was just.
This has never happened.
And I kept trying to think, now, what kind of a Valentine's date is this?
Threesome date?
I guess he was
Poly-
maybe he was
polygamy
paying.
date?
Maybe he was paying for them.
That could be.
Could have been he
that
was.
that would explain why they were laughing at the spoon
Yeah,
joke.
the spoon
They were
on
paid.
the nose.
They were
Hilarious.
paid.
Hilarious. Spoon on the nose. Man, this is good. Good stuff. Good stuff. And those were the only. But mostly I was just fixated on my sweetheart sitting across the table from me as we enjoyed a delicious meal.
I'm glad you did.
6:22. Let's get this over with. Hang on.
Oh no.
Do we have a sponsor?
We do, and while I read it, we need you to be louder.
Okay.
Turn your mic.
Usually nobody ever says that.
I
to me.
know. The Young Automotive Group, locally owned, has 25 stores, 10 locations in Layton alone. Shop Layton Automotive and Power Sports today to check out the inventory online. YoungAutomotiveGroup.com. Think young, think Layton.
Is this louder?
Yes.
It's better.
Is it better, or should I
Could
go
be
even
a little
louder?
louder. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Okay. The moon, 28.3% of full, a waning crescent moon. The moon will set today at 3 p.m. Today being Monday, it's the 25th day of April in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. And in this fast-paced world for modern now a-go-go people, you've found an island of calm and serenity. And that means you're not listening to this show. You're not listening to Radio from Hell if that's what you found. You want Radio from Hell. Ask for Radio from Hell by name, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Carrie Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie for short is our producer. Ask for her by name. And Cameron Diaz and Miriam are helping out in the producer's booth as well. Of course, over the weekend, we had celebrity death, I guess. And I've sent Katie a picture of me with the deceased. Now, it was before this person was deceased. So,
Well, that's good.
yeah.
Nobody
it
wants
wasn't
to
me
see...
standing next to the corpse. We'll, as soon as Katie lets me know that we have that, we'll do it in the news, probably.
Okay, in the news.
All right. Check-ins?
Okay. Yeah. Let's begin with Sam. Hi,
Sam, good morning.
Hi, I'm Sam. I want to tell you guys a joke.
Oh,
Okay.
well, I'm a little nervous, but
Is
okay.
it a clean joke?
Yeah, it's a dad joke.
Okay.
So I know a lot of pilots, and they all have a bad habit of looking down on people.
Boy, that is bad.
Wow.
I was
That's
going to
just-
say we should give you a tote bag, but now I don't know.
I think you owe us a
Sam,
tote bag now.
I don't deserve one. I know it.
No, I want something in exchange. I want you to give me something now.
Here, Sam, I'll give you a
Will
bad joke.
$50 cover it?
Sure.
I'll give you a bad joke back. How's that?
All right.
It's a doctor joke.
All right, let's hear it.
Doctor, my daughter just swallowed my pen. Well, use a pencil until I can get over there.
That's funny. I like that. That's a good joke.
You did?
Yes,
Really?
Better than mine.
Yeah.
I like that joke.
All right. Now I feel like we have to apologize to Sam. So let's get her.
Give Sam a tote bag.
Get Sam a tote bag here. All right. Put you on hold.
Thanks for calling us, Sam.
Thank you, Sam. Jeez,
She was charming.
she was. Let's go to Heather.
Heather, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How
Hey.
are you?
Great. How are
Okay.
you?
What's up with you?
Well, now I feel like I need to share a joke as well.
Okay.
It's got to be clean, you know.
Okay, yes. Okay, ready? This one I love.
Okay.
Why did the chicken cross the playground?
I don't know.
Oh, can
to
I
get
guess?
to the other slide.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ah! That's really bad. Boo! But
oh, come on, it's cute.
It's cute.
it is cute. It is cute.
I like it. It's
It
cute.
is. It's very, very cute. And so are you.
But that wasn't why you originally called. Why did you originally call?
Just
Heather.
to say, hey, happy Monday. Good morning.
Mm-hmm.
It's fabulous.
Why is it so fabulous?
I'm trying to be happy about it being
Okay.
Monday.
Okay.
And then I'm
Oh, I
awake.
see. I see what you're doing.
Well, would you like a Radio from Hell tote bag?
You betcha. That'd be awesome.
All right, hang on.
Hang on, Sam. No, not Sam.
Heather.
Heather.
She knows who she is.
You can pack up all your Monday cares in your
Let's see.
tote bag.
Not a cat checking in. What did the beach say when the tide came in?
I don't know.
Long time no see.
Oh!
We're just, you know,
How did we go down
we're
this
just
road?
enabling.
It was
It
Sam's
was
fault.
Sam.
Don't you remember that? It was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
It was like 90 seconds ago, Gina.
Teacher. Teacher Emily checking in. Saw The Northman yesterday. Pretty bloody, but I liked it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Sup, Ron the Carpenter.
Sup?
Johnny B checking in and listening as I begin my trek to Utah County, which is a painful place to go.
We feel for you, Johnny B.
Yes. Yes, it is a painful
Roger
place to
Stone
go.
has been hanging out down there.
In Utah County?
Yeah. So he's backing some ultra-conservative candidate to run against
Oh, you mean just a
Curtis.
Republican?
No, even worse. I mean, a Republican who, well, you know, there are degrees of awful.
But
That's like the levels of hell.
There's
you know?
awful, there's really awful, there's, oh my God, how awful, then there's despicable.
Yeah, despicable is where this one falls.
Yeah.
Despicable.
Roger Stone. All
Well,
right.
he's got Jesus now, you know.
Roger Stone does?
Yeah, he's born again.
Yeah,
Oh,
but he
is he?
also has a history of saying horrible things about the LDS Church. I don't know
People
if they
forget
know
that.
that in Utah County.
Yeah,
but
people forget that. They conveniently forget that. All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Well, it's a beautiful commute so far. We have no accidents, no animals running loose, no debris, no free ladders, nothing. Let's keep it that way. Why don't we? Now, if you see something that's not keeping it that way, that needs to be shared with other friends of the program, you can certainly text it to us. Just make sure it's safe for you to text 33986. Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for the upcoming summer semester. Go to nightingale.edu.
What's the difference between beer nuts and deer nuts?
I don't know.
Beer nuts are usually around $1.25. Deer nuts are typically under $1. Oh boy.
Boo!
Yeah. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Amy Donaldson with sports coming up. Big boy news and opinioendo all on the way. Stand by.
Win.
We're having second thoughts because people will assume that's why we named him Donovan, and that's not the case.
And they picked it long before.
Yeah. Just parenthetically, there's a news story today that says 109 parents have apparently in 2018 named their baby Tesla. But I got an email from our former organized intern, Sarah Spain, about baby names.
Okay.
Said, I enjoyed listening to that letter from the woman who would like to name her child Donovan. I had a similar situation about 10 years ago. Despite the fact that my husband has repeatedly begged me to stop comparing our dog to other people's children, he's not here right now, so I'm going to do it. So they don't have kids, but we adopted a 2-year-old JRT.
Jack Russell Terrier.
Oh, yeah. Very good. Thanks, Carrie.
Carrie speaks dog.
From the Humane Society in 2010. And her name was listed as Belle. Now, I feel strongly that dogs should have 2-syllable names.
You should feel strongly about that.
Nicknames and full titles notwithstanding, and so I changed it to Bella, trying to keep it as close to her original name as possible. A friend told me several years later that dogs are named like hurricanes as they come to the shelter. They just give them a name.
Yeah.
You can change it to whatever you want. They just give them a name because they want to call them something, but it's not that they respond to it necessarily or anything. So if you recall, in 2010, Twilight, the sparkly teenage vampires, was very popular, and every person asked me if I'd named my precious fur baby after that awful character from those books. I would posit that it's an actual insult that someone would think I would stain a creature
Stain.
with the name from the book series than someone thinking that you would name a child after, as Gina pointed out, a wonderful, generous human being and basketball player.
Yes.
However, years have passed and not one person asked me if I named her after Twilight anymore. The question I get asked more often now is whether she is male or female, and my favorite response to kids especially is that her reproductive organs were removed, and I've never been able to ask her how she identifies, so I'll just call her Bella and don't worry so much about the label. Like that. As Bill mentioned, in the time young Donovan is in school, not Donovan Mitchell, but the kid, Spida Mitchell will probably have retired. Regardless, Donovan is a lovely name. It isn't like Avery, Office Products, or Stockton. Malone has a middle name, sure, but as a first name? Some people shouldn't be, Malone as a middle name, sure, but as a first name, some people shouldn't be allowed to procreate. Or Zebulon or Elzard, hand to Thor. I absolutely attended school with both of those.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, Elzar and Zebulon. Or many of the other asinine names that people come up with to make their kids different. All it does is make each school year difficult as the teacher and new friends try to figure out how to say and or spell the name. So you shouldn't care what other people think. If 5 people think you named them after a great person and a basketball player, so what? At least it isn't someone who is a real turd. My name is Sarah every day. And every day I want to smack Sarah Huckabee Sanders for smearing our good name.
That's right.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a name for a child that doesn't carry with it someone who had it before. Good luck. Hope you get lots of sleep before August. I don't know why before August.
Don't know.
I don't know.
Is something happening in August?
Do we not know?
I don't know.
Does she know something we don't?
Maybe.
Oh, no. She's talking about the people whose baby's going to be born in August.
Oh, she's not talking to us.
No.
She's talking to them.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Confusing.
She says, adopt, don't shop. Love the show. Gina, you don't ruin anything. Love your former intern, Sarah.
You know, I was at that graduation this weekend, so you spend 3 hours listening to names being read.
Mm-hmm.
There were 2 princesses.
The name.
The name Princess. And one of them, middle name...
What?
Leia.
Really?
Princess Leia.
I thought they didn't say the middle name.
No, I said some of them
Don't
do.
they know that she's a general? General Leia
Well, it's...
Sanderson.
Not a princess anymore.
But there was an actual Princess Leia.
Wow.
And a lot of Emilys.
Emily's.
A lot of Emilys.
You've gotten a lot of crap over the years for naming your kid Festus.
I have.
Yeah.
He was the only one in his class.
Festus, it's a biblical name.
And people spell it wrong all the time. They spell it with an IS. No. On his birth certificate, it's US.
Festus. It's a biblical king. Look it up. King Festus. It's true.
But yeah, if you want to run your baby names by us, email them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com.
Yeah, if you have any doubts about baby names or you're having a hard time coming up with one, my go-to name is Shlomo. But
There's a chat room. I know a guy named Zoltan Kolazar.
Oh, poor
Really?
guy.
Well, he's Hungarian. I don't know.
I think that's Zoltan is a name that they give kids in Hungary.
A friend named Rachel was an elementary school teacher. One year, her bad student was also named Rachel. She spent every day yelling at herself.
Rachel!
Rachel!
Yeah, don't ever talk to teachers about what your baby name is, because inevitably they've had someone in their class that was the terrible kid has the. So don't run it by teachers. You'll never be able to pick a name because they all have. Oh no, that's.
I had a bad Thane once.
A bad Thane.
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 He was a bad kid.
Thane.
I pulled Thane out because someone in the chat room says, "I love my son's name, Thane."
Thane.
Is Thane a Utah thing?
No.
Are there Thanes everywhere?
Are there Thanes?
Yeah, I think so. It's not common, but it is.
I feel like it's a Utah name.
No, it isn't.
And I don't know why, and don't take this personally if your name is. I've never cared for the name Nathan.
How do you feel about Nate?
Nate's all right.
I
For some reason, Nathan. I've just never cared for that name.
I saw our friend Nathan from the mattress firm, who now works at R.C. Willey. See, Nathan, he's a nice guy.
He's a good dude. Yeah, I've never cared for the name. Like I said, don't take it personally. It's something wrong in my brain. All right.
I'm looking up Thane, Gina, just to see. But
How popular
I'm just.
is
Well,
the
I don't know
name
how popular
Thane?
it
Well,
is.
if it's very popular, then it must be everywhere.
Well, no, I don't know that.
I know a dude named Christian Shank. The hell? The last name Shank. There's just no right name, I think. Okay, toadies. Let's see, 6:39. We do have sports with Amy Donaldson coming up. Stand by for that. But first, the big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by
Young Automotive Group, locally owned, 25 stores, 10 locations in Layton alone. Shop Layton Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Layton.
Well, I'm going to take a little Amy Donaldson sports here. The NBA, which, for those of you who are not familiar, stands for National Basketball Association. The NBA fined Rudy Gobert, Utah Jazz's Rudy Gobert, for swearing during a televised post-game interview on Saturday. It's just a drop in the bucket, though. They fined him something, what did they say, 0.06% of his salary.
$25,000.
That's $25,000 because his salary is $41 million, his contract. So he said, man, F the talk. We just try to be the best team we can. We try to enjoy the moment and whatever happens. So he dropped the F-bomb. Now, I have two things about this. Number one, it was on a live broadcast. So was that on KSL?
Might have been.
I wonder.
I don't know.
And apparently there was no button to catch it, no dump button or anything, because it went out apparently on TV and I would assume on radio as well. And then the other thing I would point out, and I think Rudy Gobert should contest this a little bit, this man, English is not his first language.
Exactly.
His native language is French. He maybe didn't realize
That's a swear word.
that was a bad word to use.
That means something else in French.
Well, no, it doesn't.
No.
But I mean,
We use it all the time in France.
so if his contract is $205 million. I'm sorry, and if you crunch the numbers, it says that he was fined 0.06% of his yearly income, which is about like if somebody on a $50,000 salary got a $30 fine. So. All right, but sports guys getting in trouble. Mike Tyson. This is interesting. You all see the video of him just wailing on this guy on a plane, just beating him, and violence is never called for. But this guy was just being a turd.
Turd.
He was trying to provoke Mike Tyson into something, and he did finally. And Mike Tyson just wailed on him. And then after that, by the way, the guy, he had like a bloody side of his face and everything. He kept mugging for a camera and video after that.
He wanted to be internet famous.
Yeah.
Well, guess what?
Yeah.
He got it.
It turns out this guy, Melvin Townsend III, this isn't his first encounter with the law by any means. He has been convicted of fraud, grand theft, convicted. burglary, possession of controlled substances, and trafficking in stolen property. As for the specifics, the 36-year-old broke into a property in 2018 and stole a trailer that he hitched to his pickup. The drug possession offense was for oxycodone. Official documents don't mention other specifics, but he served time twice, once for 20 months and another for 15 months.
He's a turd.
Yeah.
I think the term that we're looking for is Yahoo.
Ah, yeah, that's good.
He's a Yahoo.
Let's see. Congress has left town without passing any COVID relief.
Of course.
Lawmakers departed Washington for a 2-week recess without passing the massive $10 billion deal, the second time that Congress has failed to act on what the president has made clear he believes is essential funding.
We don't have time to do our jobs. We've got to go out and run to keep our jobs.
Senator Elizabeth Warren on Sunday called House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, quote, a liar and a traitor.
Yeah.
No.
When asked about the audio of the congressman saying that he planned to urge President Trump to resign over the January 6th riot. That is really the illness that pervades the Republican leadership right now, she told CNN's Dana Bash.
Reach.
They say one thing to the American public and they do something else in private.
Reach.
So she's, she's right. And she's the best. Well, I don't know if Katie got this picture or not, but Senator Orrin Hatch died he's at the age of 88. It was either Friday or early Saturday. I don't remember. But there's a picture of me. Does she have it at x96.com/live? A picture of me with Orrin Hatch. And it's signed. I don't know if you can read he get a little inscription on it. And Orrin Hatch, if you see the picture, Orrin Hatch is the tall one. And yes, I am wearing a Lacoste shirt. A turquoise and pink.
Where was this photo?
There we go.
Lacoste. This was in Orrin Hatch's, he has various offices. He had an office in Weber County in the federal building. I'm pretty sure that's where it was, the federal building. I don't remember what year this was. It was a long time ago. Orrin Hatch looks young and vital, and I look even younger and less vital. And if you look really closely, too, I'm holding a microphone up, way up to, it was a staged photo. And I just
You weren't actually interviewing him there?
No, I not right there, no. I had previously interviewed him, and then he said, well, let's get some pictures.
Politics is all a lie. It's all a lie.
He said, let's get some pictures. I said, oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. And if you look closely at the picture, I think it's the arm that I'm holding the microphone up. If you look closely at my armpit, you can see a sweat stain there, which is really attractive.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Were you nervous around Orrin Hatch? Is that why you were?
Yeah, probably a little bit. Although I've said about Orrin Hatch, and it was based on that meeting, and I probably spent a half an hour with him or something like that. When I got done with that encounter, I said, I can see why he gets elected. I can see why he's a powerful man. He has, I don't know, he has a certain charisma. He had an exceptional memory. We had met briefly once before. Now he has people to remind him of who I am.
That's Bill Allred.
But I walked in, Bill, how are you? It's nice to see you again. And he just, you can tell. Now, I don't think everybody in the United States Congress has that power, but Orrin Hatch certainly had it, and that's what made it possible for him to be the longest serving senator. Yeah.
Who ran on term limits.
Yeah.
That's how he got elected. Yeah.
Wasn't Strom Thurmond the longest serving?
Let's see. I think Hatch ended up being the longest.
Okay.
But anyway.
And I was on the Orrin Hatch Youth Advisory Committee when I was in high school because teachers at school nominated me to do that, which I said, okay, that'll look good on a college application. And that was as much thought as I gave
I've
that.
got some audio here. Let me see.
Hatch was Utah's longest-serving senator.
Yeah.
General Abbasade said, look, if we leave there before we stabilize this country, by gosh, they're going to follow us right out of there into our country, the terrorists. And that's what's involved here.
He was also a songwriter. And,
oh, that's right.
I forgot about his music.
Yeah, some people recorded his music. I think that's what he really secretly wanted to be, was a songwriter and he grew up in Pittsburgh, and he was a lawyer before he moved to Utah, and he stayed here.
He's the longest-serving Republican in the Senate.
The longest serving ever was Robert Byrd, who was a Democrat. The oldest senator, which is where I was getting this, Strom Thurmond, was 100 years old. Should not have been senator at 100 years old.
Now, let's see. Oscar winner Dustin Lance Black does not expect a lot of positive feedback from Latter-day Saints, members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, about the miniseries that's going to come up soon, Under the Banner of Heaven. Excuse me. Because it not only, and I just started reading it. I'd actually never read it, and I started reading it a couple of weeks ago. It's thorough. It not only recounts the Lafferty murders in 1984, but the book starts out, and it's a history of the Mormon Church from beginning to set a kind of a background or a foundation to say, how did it get to this point, this crazy? How did it get to this crazy? Now, there are plenty of members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the majority of who are not crazy and murderous, who do good works and help each other out and go to church on Sunday, and they're kind people and nice people. But something really, and the reason people are not going to like this, because John Krakauer, he recounts the history very straightforward, not trying to do anything gotcha.
It's not a hit job.
It's just facts. And it's pretty bizarre.
And we're going to have some of the filmmakers and possibly one of the stars of this coming on the radio to talk about it.
Not today, but
I was supposed to go to that premiere tonight. They're doing a premiere of the first 2 episodes of Under the Banner of Heaven, but I think it would not be wise for me to do that.
Don't go cough on famous people, Bill.
No.
Nobody needs that.
No.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Nice, beautiful, 65. We're even going to be warmer as the week goes on. We could get close to 80 degrees by Thursday. So big change from that miserable marathon over the weekend.
How close would we get to 80 degrees, do you think?
78.
Okay.
All right.
That's what they're saying. Traffic, we have a friend of the program says stalled car in the middle of I-15 near the Provo Center Street exit. Thank you, whoever sent that in, 33986.
All right, thank you. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Yes. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
Amy Donaldson Sports. Break.
I don't know if Amy is in the studio.
She
because
is not. She's on the phone.
Yeah, Amy Donaldson, because I'm not in the studio either. Amy Donaldson, she is a fine writer. She writes about sports and crime and other issues, and she's a pet rescuer. And you can read about lots of stuff that Amy does. Where's the best place to do it, Amy?
You can follow me on Twitter.
Okay.
I only share the good stuff I do, so
Okay.
you don't have to. No,
That's wise.
KSLsports.com, DeseretNews.com, or it's actually Deseret.com now. And then just follow me on Twitter at ABOnSports.
Okay. So what do we got?
Well, we got the NBA playoffs. I did want to say you started with the Rudy Gobert fine.
Yeah.
He said that in the post-game interview on TNT, and I don't believe that is broadcast on KSL.
It is not.
Okay.
I think it can be if the reporter from the Jazz or KSL is there.
Also, TNT is cable, so it's not regulated by the FCC. So it's just the sports ball finding him.
Yeah. So yeah.
So I'm not sure. I wasn't actually listening on the radio. It would have been interesting to hear that because as we saw with the Academy Awards, there is some bleeping going on our waves that don't happen elsewhere. So so I don't think it went over the airwaves, but it'll be interesting to see if it did because I hear even if it's an accident, you get in trouble. So I have been told, as a person who has used that word in a professional setting, I know.
Well, that's not ladylike.
It's definitely not ladylike, and I am. My dad did not raise a lady. Let's see, but the playoff basketball has been fascinating to watch. I'm not a huge NBA fan, so I'm always interested to see how people who are NBA fans respond to the playoffs, and it's been so negative. So I watched a few. I have not watched a complete game, but I don't understand it. It looks like it's really fun, and some of the games are close, some of them are not.
Yeah.
But I don't really get it. But people are I think people are in a bad headspace, and everything is crappy. As a person who endured that marathon on Saturday, it was a special kind of all the weather that Utah has to offer in one day. So, but the Jazz, they even the series with the Mavericks after a dramatic 100-99 win at Vivint Arena. It was a crazy game. They had a 12-point lead at halftime. The Mavs wiped that out in the third quarter. They've had a couple of games where they've just been on fire. I mean, they shoot so well, especially from long range, and it's really hard to beat a team that can shoot over Rudy Gobert and hit a three. I mean, it's not so. But they trailed by 4 with like 40 seconds left in the game. And an exchange, Luka Doncic hits a three-pointer. I thought that was it, but then Mitchell responds with a three-point play. Mavericks miss a couple free throws, and then Mitchell hits Rudy Gobert for an alley-oop, which is all over Twitter if you want to watch it. It's pretty sweet. I watched it repeatedly. It's really fun. And it gave him the confidence to drop an F-bomb in a post-game interview. So. And then in the other Western Conference games, the Suns are now tied with the Pelicans 2-2 after the Pelicans win big, 118-103. And don't feel bad, Jazz fans, because now all the Suns fans are saying, "Oh my gosh, we don't look like the team that played in the Western they played in the championships, NBA Finals last year." Memphis Grizzlies and Minnesota Timberwolves are tied at 2-2 after the Timberwolves won 119-118. So they play tomorrow. Golden State owns a 3-1 lead over the Denver Nuggets after the Nuggets earn a 126-121 win, and that that kept them from being. It looked like they were going to be swept by Golden State. So in the East, Miami Heat lead the Atlanta Hawks 3-1. Hawks won Game 3, but Heat won yesterday, 110-86. Celtics lead the Nets 3-0. This is going to be your sweep. They won on Saturday, 109-103. They play today, and they will eliminate the Nets today. That is, if you want to feel better about yourself, just listen to news on the Nets, and you will feel like you're not the worst. You're not the worst dressed at the prom. So the 76ers lead the Toronto Raptors 3-1 after 110-102 win. News on that one: Joel Embiid sprained his right thumb Sunday, and then he has. The team has announced that he did have a ligament tear, but he's not going to have surgery till the season's over. And it does impact, I don't know how much it impacts his shooting, but it's definitely impacting his rebounding. And so that's a little bit of a game changer. But we have some RSL news. RSL had a tough week, as you all saw. Everyone saw it. Between the Jazz and the RSL, it was like, don't look at sports Twitter. It's more depressing than political Twitter. But RSL had a tough week, but they ended on a positive note. They earned a draw in Portland. Portland has beat them the last 4 times they've played. So I don't care how boring everyone says the 0-0 draw is. That's a win.
It's a point.
On the road at Portland.
Sure.
Yeah, that's true. And they weren't playing with David Ochoa was not on goal, so he did play in that the Open Cup earlier this week, but he did not play against Portland. So Zach McMath played, and he had 5 pretty impressive saves. So NFL draft. I know Bill is like built his weekend around this.
You bet.
It starts on Thursday, and there's some interesting. I think this is one of the few years where we're not really sure. Nobody's really sure, even the people who think they know everything, which is everyone on Sports Talk Radio. They're not sure who's going to go first, but pretty sure Utah's Devin Lloyd is going to go in the first round. CBS Online did this really interesting consensus draft, mock draft. So they took 12 polls and they kind of, averaged the picks so you could see like what everyone thinks together. And that poll puts Devin Lloyd at number 21, going to the New England Patriots. So it would be, Gina.
Go ahead.
Gina,
I know, but
get your cutoff sweatshirt right now. If he goes.
I'll wear it for the draft.
I think we're just about out of time here, but Amy, I was wondering if you could answer a quick question for me. Who in the NBA allowed a team mascot to be a pelican? Who allowed
Well, we stole
that?
their jazz, Bill.
They had to do
can't have the
something.
jazz anymore.
There are many animal choices.
But not for Louisiana. That's your Louisiana.
The Gators. It could have been the Gators.
No, everybody knows those. That's not the Florida Gators. No, I actually love the Pelicans because it's original. I reward originality. I mean, maybe it's not intimidating, but
Well, you've never been chased by one.
Yeah, well, I haven't. That's true.
All right.
I keep my distance.
Until you get chased by
but
it. They are intimidating.
Yeah, but I give them points for originality because I'm so tired of the Grizzlies and,
All right.
Okay, all right.
the same old. So I'm still
you.
waiting for someone to take my favorite, the Rattlers.
Oh,
we need
yeah.
some Rattlers here in
Rattlers.
Utah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks,
Thanks, Amy.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Well, no Pelicans or Rattlers in the roads so far this morning. If you see animals running wild, though, please let us know. We like to announce that if we can. Crash southbound I-15 approaching Center Street in Provo. Vehicles are on the right shoulder. Not really causing delays right now. If you're seeing something, say something. Text it to us, 33986. It's the $60,000 giveaway coming up in just a minute. You'll be getting your keyword.
Well, let's get to that. KXRK Provo.
Hi.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Our elders have just rendezvoused their warp-capable 10-speed bikes with the USS Porkrine, a small craft manned, if you will excuse the misuse of the term, by pigs. Not your ordinary run-of-the-mill pigs, mind you, but sentient, talking pigs. Pigs in space!
Welcome aboard, gentlemen. I am Captain Link Hogthrob, commander of the USS Porkrind. This is my first officer, Miss Piggy. And that pig over there is our ship's physician, Dr. Strangepaw.
Hello, elders.
Hi, I'm Elder Chris Jensen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
We have heard tales of your exploits from other space vessels.
Yes. Is it true that your church provides for eternal marriages?
Well, yes, ma'am, it is.
Eternal meaning in this life, in the next life, and forever and ever? Kind of like syndication?
Yeah.
Would the frog, I mean the groom, in question have to be a willing participant?
That's the way it's usually done.
All right, let's cut to the chase here. Does the Mormon Church recognize marriages between beings from different species?
Well, such as?
Pigs and frogs, you idiot! Don't you ever watch the show?
Well, I believe that you'd have to seek the counsel of your bishop. I don't think we're authorized to make such a decision here in the Feld.
I think we've reached the point in the sketch where I begin to assault our guest with karate chops. Hi!
No, wait. I think I can shed some light on the subject. Now, both you and the frog in question are made of flannel and have men's hands up your...
Elder Jensen!
No, what I mean is that you're both Muppets, and therefore not different species. I mean, I see no reason why you can't be sealed to one another.
Oh, Captain Hogthrob can marry people! You guys wait right here while I find my Kermie!
Will Elder Jensen get sent home for telling pigs and frogs that they can marry one another? Will Captain Link Hogthrob get sent home for marrying a pig and a frog? Will Kermit the Frog find a way to get our elders off the Muppet Show and back into normal space? Find the answers to these and far more exciting questions on the next tail-curling episode of Space Elders!
Do it.
Or right here, I have details. It's the $60,000 giveaway. You have 2 chances a day to win $1,000. Go to x96.com and enter return. That's return. Return is your keyword. Don't hit return. Enter the word return, RETURN, for your chance to win this national contest.
Are you gonna tell us about your trip, Gina?
Sure.
Where did you go?
So I went to Forest Hills, California, which is outside of Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never been there, and I had no idea that it looked like Oregon, but it looks like Oregon.
Oh, okay.
It's big, beautiful pine trees and mountainous, and forget the beach. You go up to the, and it was a wedding I went to in Forest Hills, at the Forest Hills Lodge, which is a really old, beautiful log. You know, think Yosemite, think Yellowstone. You know, those big old lodges.
Think the house that I was born in.
Yeah. And it was my first wedding outing, getting on a plane in a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
And I mentioned this earlier, that about 5 to 10% maybe mask wearing at the airports and on the planes.
Did anything exciting happen?
Yeah, well, a couple things. My Aunt Claudia had some surgery on her foot.
Okay.
And she has one of those little scooter things that you kneel on to roll around.
I'm getting one of those.
You should.
I am.
But because of where the wedding was, it's like in the forest, and you kind of had to hike to it, and this thing was not going to make it.
They had to helicopter her in, didn't they?
They should have. So they said, well, if we can get like an actual wheelchair, we can probably get her up there. And so it was one of the groomsmen's job that said, okay, when you get to the lodge, because usually at a hotel they have a wheelchair. They said, make sure you get a wheelchair for Aunt Claudia. So he goes to the front desk. He's like, yeah, I need a wheelchair for my aunt. And they said, oh, we don't have one. This is a tiny, tiny town in the mountains.
A chair with wheels?
We've never seen a wheelchair.
What are you speaking of?
And they said maybe the fire department has one. Maybe.
Whoa.
Let me think. Maybe.
So I guess the Americans with Disabilities Act isn't up there, I suppose.
And so he's like, okay. Well, so he went over to the fire department. They're like, yeah, no, we don't have a wheelchair. Now, this little town is like 45 minutes away from any other town. So there's not time to go
buy one
or go into a bigger city to try to get one. So here's my resourceful nephew.
Okay.
He's like, what are we going to do? Aunt Claudia's got to go to the ceremony. So he's driving down the street, and he sees this roadside stand selling Let's Go Brandon flags and Trump flags and,
like you do on the roadside.
Like you do. But he sees the woman sitting there selling the stuff. She's got a cast on her leg and kind of is sticking it. So he just, on a whim, said, I'm going to go. I have no other options. I'm going to go talk to this woman.
Okay.
So he's a police officer.
Oh, well.
So maybe he wasn't in uniform or anything, but I think he exudes that
authority.
Mm-hmm. And he said, ma'am, here's the situation, a wedding, aunt needs a wheelchair. I notice you have a cast on.
And if you don't give me your wheelchair, I'm going to arrest you.
Might you have a wheelchair?
And let me ask, she asked, is it a Christian ceremony? Because if it's not,
there aren't any Democrats, are there?
It's one of those Muslim weddings. And she said, actually, I have a wheelchair at home.
But she didn't need it, huh?
No, like she, at whatever point in her injury, she was now on crutches. Mm-hmm. And he said, could I rent it from you for the day? And she said, for $50. She's like, follow me to my house.
That's fair.
So she got in her car, and he got in his car. He followed her to her house, and he rented her wheelchair.
Now, of course, what I would have done is said, no, you can just take it. Just take it. Make sure you bring it back. I wouldn't take $50.
But would you have somebody come to your house and get?
Sure.
I don't know if he showed her his badge or anything, and that made her feel okay about it, but.
Well, maybe he just comes across as a nice guy.
Maybe. Would you do? I guess Bill probably would do that.
Of course.
Bill probably would say, yeah, come to my house. You can use my wheelchair.
Yeah. And I would expect the same would be done for me.
But that would never, he was the right person to be given that job, though, because I would never have stopped.
I wouldn't have stopped.
And said, I wonder if that woman selling Let's Go Brandon flags has a wheelchair.
Surely she's a kind individual. That's not.
Yeah, that's the one thing that might have given me a little.
That's not crossing my mind at that time.
Yeah. But she was nice. And rented out her wheelchair.
Does he have one of those cop haircuts, or is he shaved his head?
Yeah, kinda. It's pretty short. It's high and tight. It's
yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. See that he exuded that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That thing that they crave, that authoritarianism.
You can use the wheelchair, and I don't believe in defunding the police either.
Maybe, but they may have had that conversation. I don't know. But no, it was. But it's weird being in like those situations, like a bunch of people in a room.
Yeah.
They had a buffet, and I was like, yeah.
But you ate, didn't you?
I had a roll. I figured a roll was pretty safe.
A roll. God.
After all those buffet lists that I had for you,
and I was designated driver. I had to drive my mom around.
That's a deal breaker for me.
'Cause she just gets plastered.
Yeah.
No, she doesn't.
If it's destination wedding, you better find a way to get me to and from the wedding.
Yeah.
Mary Claire's faced again.
And it
Mary
was
Claire, I'm just kidding. You know that.
It was a 45-minute drive back to the hotel down into the regular town. So I'm like, I can't have anything to drink.
Yeah.
Did the wheelchair have any "Let's Go Brandon" stickers on it?
No, I was wondering.
That's surprising to me. Because, the cult, they like to have their label everywhere.
Now, I don't know if I have another story. I don't know if I save it for later, if we have time now, or...
I'm just curious. Before you came back into the studio, did you test yourself so that Carrie doesn't get COVID?
She didn't.
No.
I didn't.
No, she didn't.
Well?
And we're supposed to report to work, so...
Well, and you did.
Here we are.
Yeah.
Not that it will matter if it comes back positive, but Carrie, I will test when I go home today.
Have fun being married to Satan.
Sorry, I didn't think of
even if you wouldn't necessarily get it, even if she's infected.
Let me mix up some COVID.
Tasty COVID.
That's what we need.
All right. Traffic, please, Chief.
Let's see. Crash south on I-15, approaching Center Street in Provo. Vehicles are on the right shoulder, and there's not too many delays in the area. And that's the only thing that UDOT's reporting. Let me check our message stream. Nope. Nothing there. But if you see something, you can text it to us, 33986.
Let's see. Now we have boners coming up.
Mm-hmm.
This first one, I don't know. I don't know if it's a story or not, but it sort of pissed me off when I looked at it. It is, what the hell? I'll bet Steve doesn't think some of your crap is funny. Boner candidate number 2, yeah, sure, it's irritating, but a shotgun? And boner candidate number 3 was just a side hustle.
All right, boners, boner of the day, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
Yeah, wouldn't it be great to not have to deal with glasses or contact lenses when you're at a wedding outside of Sacramento and
yes,
there's all this pollen and stuff, and so your allergies kick up. If you get rid of your glasses and contact lenses, it makes it much easier to deal with allergies. Now, both Carrie and I have had this procedure done at Hoops Vision. I haven't worn glasses for 15 years or more, I think.
My allergies were never as bad as y'all's, but I can't imagine the contact lens allergy eye combination.
So right now at Hoops Vision, take advantage of their LASIK or PRK procedure. You can get $800 off right now. Start seeing clearly today with all laser LASIK performed by experienced eye surgeons at Hoops Vision. Schedule your VIP LASIK consultation today. Just call 877-30-LASIK, or you can book it online. It's free, hoopsvision.com.
Spine. Spell it with me now. S-P-I-N-E. Spine. And now we'll use it in some dialogue, featuring our 2 Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. Elder LeGrand Ardun Jr. has called his friend LeVar with worries on his mind. Never fails. It's always during my favorite show. Yellow.
LeVar?
Yeah.
It's LeGrand.
LeGrand, how's it going?
I'm a worried man, LeVar. I don't know what to do. It's about Midge.
Well, how is the lovely Mrs. Dunn LeGrand?
Well, LeVar, she ain't herself these days.
What do you mean she ain't herself? Well, who is she then?
Well, she's Midge, but she's not not Midge.
Huh?
Well, first off, she's been losing weight, LeVar. She may have knocked off close to 100 pounds. She had to go out and buy a whole new set of moo-moos. And they're designer moo-moos, too. The Don Ho collection.
Well, that is odd, LeGrand.
And she started to wear makeup again.
Huh?
She hasn't worn makeup since we got married, LeVar. A woman with 16 kids doesn't have any place wearing makeup, LeVar.
That is strange.
And it's not even New Skin or Mary Kay, LeVar. It's that kind of makeup that Claudia Schifter wears.
Anything else?
Well, she covered up the I Heart Family Home Evening bumper sticker on the back of the Suburban with one that says, "Mean people suck."
Something is definitely up, LeGrand.
I know. So, I've been kind of trying to track down her whereabouts to see what's up.
You mean you've been spying on Midge?
Well, I wouldn't call it spying exactly. Just keeping tabs, you know, like waiting down the street from the house and then following her car.
Spying. That's what that is, LeGrand. Spying. Well, did you find out anything?
Well, when she said she was going to Relief Society, I followed her, and she ended up at the Deseret Gym. I think she may be working out, LeVar.
Well, mayhaps she's just trying to get in shape and improve her quality of life. Mayhaps she's tired of being as big as a Winnebago.
She's the mother of all my 16 kids, LeVar. She's not supposed to improve her quality of life. Her role as my spiritual partner is to improve my quality of life.
You find out anything else when you was spying on her?
Well, yesterday I caught her waxing her legs, shaving her armpit hair.
The hell you say? We got big trouble, LeGrand. I'm going to jump in the truck and be right over. That is, if the truck will start. You know, she might be trying to become a feminist or something worse. She hasn't said anything about, taking night classes or the like, has she?
No. What are we going to do, LeVar?
Well, we're going to keep spying on her, LeGrand. Let's just hope that we don't find out that she's going to the symphony or the ballet or nothing like that. Tell you what, though, if we do, you pack them kids up in that Suburban and you ski-daddle out of there.
Well, have you ever wondered what it's like to sneeze while you're driving 200 miles an hour in an Indy car? Have you ever wondered what?
Well, I would think it would be like sneezing, right?
Well, but think about it. You have to close your eyes when you're driving. Just
everything
but how
slows
far
down, though. Everything slows down. I think
when you
that's,
sneeze.
No. When you're driving 200 miles an hour, you're so used to it. Everything slows down.
Well, race car drivers deal with a lot of challenges that we all do. We've all, had to sneeze while we're driving. But it's harder to do when you're going 200 miles an hour. IndyCar star Alexander Rossi was recently interviewed about what it's like to sneeze while you're going 200 miles an hour. They also asked him about picking his nose. Do you have to pick your nose while you're driving 200 miles an hour?
I think with the helmet and everything, that's the last thing on your mind.
And that's what he said. He said, well, even if I wanted to, I couldn't get it up there in the helmet.
The gloves, you got the stuff covering your face so that if you catch on fire, you don't die. You got the helmet, you got...
But the trick is to try to sneeze in the straightaway, he said.
Well, yeah.
No
kidding.
If you can hold it, you can hold it till the straightaway, it's better. But he said it's scary. You close your eyes for a second, and how far you travel in just that half a second when you close your eyes, it could be disaster.
I heard Danny Sullivan, Indy race car driver, though, talking about how many laps did they do at Indy? Is it 50 or 100 or something? I mean, they just. A lot of laps.
500, the Indianapolis 500.
Oh, 500, yeah, obviously, duh. But you're going 180, 200 miles an hour for that long of a period of time. And he says everything slows down, kind of. He says, I knew where my girlfriend was sitting. And so I would look to find her every time I went by. And then I noticed she was getting very friendly with a guy sitting next to her. He said, things sort of slow down, and you get used to it, and you can...
You did good, Gina. I'm proud of you. That's good.
Whoa! Hey!
7:23 right now. Time for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
It'll just be Boner of the Day.
Yep, that's right.
Because smarter people have decided. There we go. So 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive
tickets to Monster Energy Supercross. X96 welcomes Monster Energy AMA Supercross World Championships to Rice Eccles Stadium on May 7th. Listen all week long to win tickets from us.
Hey, this new way of doing it, it's easier on me. Maybe it's time I started slowing down a little, huh? Here's boner candidate number 1. What the hell? I'll bet Steve doesn't think some of your crap is funny. This just really... Steve Martin has just about all of the internet going to bat for him, including me, against millennials who apparently don't find the humor in one of his most famous SNL sketches, the King Tut sketch.
From the 70s? They don't get something from the 70s?
Here's the deal. Steve Martin's trending because somebody reposted and circulated his famously goofy, key word there really, goofy, Egyptian-themed dance that he performed on Saturday Night Live. It says here that he performed on the late... What? It says here... it's the Egyptian-themed dance, and here's how it's written in this story, that he performed on the late-night program on which he made regular appearances in the 70s. Yesterday marked the 44th anniversary of the debut of the King Tut. While people were piling on with praise at first, it seems one person and then more asked a simple question, well, what the heck is funny about it? As 120 or 30-something notes, I'm sure my parents found this hilarious in the 70s, but honestly, I just don't get it.
Well, no, you don't. You don't get the reference because at that time, one of the biggest things you could do was go see. There was a King Tut exhibit that traveled around to and it was a huge deal, and everybody, they had King Tut fever in America, and this was his joking reaction.
This person goes on to say he's doing a funny dance and a voice, but there isn't really a bit that my millennial brain can parse.
No. That's right. Okay, that's correct. Yes.
Here's the deal. The key word in all of this, and Gina used it, and it used it in this story, it's goofy. That's really all
Look
it
up
is.
Absurdist. Look that up.
It's just a goof.
You know, go to your computer and look up Absurdist, because that's what we're dealing with here.
So
and Steve Martin is one of the smartest comedians out there. This is not him that being dumb.
I mean, I'll bet that Steve Martin doesn't think much of some of your stuff either. Boner candidate number one.
Don't want no fancy funeral, just one like old king size. He could have won a Grammy.
See.
The next line makes it even stupider.
Buried in his jammies.
Yeah, it's dumb.
I mean, you know, got a condo made of stona. It's absurdist.
And it's what Saturday Night Live always does, which is parody what the headlines are of the day. And that was a headline of the day.
Here's boner candidate number two. Well, sure, it's irritating, but really, sir, a shotgun. A Long Island man has been arrested after shooting a 14-year-old boy who was doing the doorbell ditch game.
Whoa.
Yeah. This is a 14-year-old kid. They were pranking. James Mosier, 64, charged with assault and recklessly injuring a child with a deadly weapon, a shotgun, after shooting the teen in the arm on his property around 9 p.m. Apparently, the kid knocked on Mr. Mosier's front door and back door several times, causing a woman who lived in the home to believe it was being burglarized. She woke up Mr. Mosier, who went to his back door and fired a shotgun at the teen through the door, I believe. Several others who were at a sleepover with the shooting victim, which is when you do those kind of things, you know. You're having a sleepover, and then you say, well, let's go play doorbell ditch. They told the cable outlet that he and another friend were bored, and so they just picked a random home in the neighborhood to doorbell ditch. I mean, yeah, it's irritating,
but
a shotgun?
No.
Boner candidate number two.
That's why Bill's at home.
Yeah, excuse me. I'm trying to not do those while the microphone's on, but coming up in a moment, boner candidate number three. Well, it's just a side hustle.
All right. Boner candidate number three coming up after this Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Well, I wish that we had. Do you have at your immediate disposal that dum dum dum?
I can get it.
Because Amber Heard's attorney claimed that her client, Amber Heard, would cover up alleged bruising with a makeup kit during her relationship with Johnny Depp. But the makeup brand is saying, not so fast. One of the actress's lawyer, Elaine Breedoff, said during opening statements last week that Amber would often resort to applying makeup during her time with Depp, hiding the marks that he left by hitting her. She told the jury they'd be hearing testimony and seeing evidence proving that Amber would use different makeup products to achieve this, and she actually held up one of the items that Amber Heard had apparently used back then. The problem is, that kind of makeup was not in circulation at the time.
These things keep pushing me more toward Team Depp as this goes on.
Starting to look that way,
Yep.
isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, Bill Murray, and Kerry keeps saying, you should know that people have said he's really not a nice guy.
He's not a nice guy.
So he was apparently touchy with women on the set of Being Mortal before the shoot was shut down because of his behavior. Filming of the 71-year-old Saturday Night Live Legends movie was suspended last week after a complaint was reportedly filed specifically against him, alleging inappropriate behavior. By Thursday, the film was suspended indefinitely, and an investigation into the Ghostbusters star, into Murray's on-set actions. The source told Page Six he was very hands-on, touchy, not in like really personal areas, but he put an arm around a woman, touched her hair, pulled her ponytail, but always in some kind of comedic way. It's a fine line, and everybody loves Bill, but while his conduct is not illegal, some women felt uncomfortable, and he had crossed a line. A separate source says that Murray, who is apparently single at this time, loves women and loves to flirt. He enjoys poetry and romance. He's always flirting, but it is always
He enjoys poetry and romance?
it is always couched in comedy. What I don't know why that's why is that astonishing to you, Gina?
Well, no, I mean, why is that an explanation for why he does that?
This person, it's not. This person is saying he's a romantic. That's what the person is trying to say. It isn't clear if he crossed a line, they said.
I know he is beloved by America for his roles in film and things like that.
Yeah.
He's not a nice guy.
So Utah Republican delegates largely backed incumbents in all of the conventions over the weekend, but pretty much everybody's going to have to be in a primary of one kind or another. Becky Edwards and Allie Isom have gathered enough signatures for the June primary ballot to go against Senator Mike Lee, who received a rock star's reception at the Republican
They
convention.
love that he was trying to overthrow the government. They're big fans
Brian Shaw put it best. He could get up and read those texts, and he would get a standing ovation.
Oh, that makes them love him more.
Yeah.
Senator Lee said, if you read my text messages in their entirety, I think they confirm I wasn't trying to do anything illegal or overturn the government.
Tell me what I should say.
If you read them in conjunction with the statement I made after the Electoral College convened and cast its vote, and with the statement I made on Senate floor on January 6th, when I was trying to cover my ass, it's consistent with those things.
Mike, we did read them as you wished us to.
And you lied.
And you lied.
The dates of the texts prove
Don't match up.
that you lied. I didn't know anything about this till January. BS.
So Senator Orrin Hatch, as we said last hour, passed away. He was 88, I think. And I mentioned that he was a songwriter. In the lobby of Hatch's Senate office are framed gold and platinum records, songs he co-wrote, which appeared on Christian pop music compilations. In 2005, he made $39,000 in royalties and continued to collect smaller amounts for years. He also played himself in a few TV shows. Oh, I didn't know this. In Parks and Recreation in 2015.
Yep.
And he was in a movie, Traffic, in the year 2000. Now, of course, people don't remember much about the Anita Hill testimony and, again, the Clarence Thomas hearings that Hatch was very much involved in. Hatch wanted Clarence Thomas on that Supreme Court come hell or high water. Anita Hill came forward and said, well, this man has sexually harassed me in two different jobs that he had, that he had it over me, that he was my boss, and he harassed me. And she went into detail about it, and Hatch said, I just don't believe any of that.
I know him. He would never do those kinds of things.
To me?
His reputation is absolutely impeccable, unimpeachable, in my opinion, having sat through all 5 of his confirmation proceedings and having presided over 3 of them. He said, frankly, I'm getting the opinion that some people will stop at nothing to get their ideological aims fulfilled. Yeah? Frankly, that was a word that Hatch liked to use a lot, frankly. And then, of course, 3 decades later, he did the same thing with Brett Kavanaugh, pretty much giving the same argument. I like this argument. Now, Christine Blasey Ford had said that Brett Kavanaugh had tried to assault her. I think she got away, but he groped her, he held her down, he was trying to get her clothes off, but she escaped. If that was true, Hatch told reporters, I think it would be hard for senators not to consider who the judge is today. That's the issue. Is this judge a really good man? And he is, and by any measure he is. He said, even if he did that, he's changed.
Holy cow. Yeah. If we could pivot back, I was waiting for you to talk about the Democrats' bill at their convention.
Oh,
That's kind of a big deal we should mention.
So Cale Weston was the Democrat who wanted to go up against Mike Lee. And the delegates to the Democratic convention said, no, we're going to back Evan McMuffin, who is a Republican, who, when he talks to some people, is a very liberal Republican, and when he talks to other people, is a very conservative Republican.
So the Democrats are Dr. Frankenstein, basically.
Well, I have a different. I know Carrie's not a fan of this. I am a fan of the Democrats finally trying to do politics the way the Republicans do.
I agree.
They are trying to get Mike Lee out of office, which I think we can all agree is what needs to happen.
I get that, but you knew he was a scorpion when you got on his back.
That's right. Here's my take on it. It don't matter.
As long as we
don't
don't
walk in there,
You think?
Maybe not. But this is a better chance of that not happening, is what this is. And I applaud them for doing something bold and different and trying.
Republicans didn't want Evan McMuffin last time he was involved in running. They didn't want him then. They're not going to want him.
Well, he was
now,
running for president, which is a different thing. This is a statewide race. I don't think you should be so dismissive of it.
Oh, I'll do what I have to do to get Mike Lee out.
That's all I'm saying.
But I'm just saying that when he gets in there, if he wins, remember he's still a scorpion.
I know, but a little less.
We've had him
sharp.
We've had him here in the studio, and he's just still just as right wing.
Yeah. Well, anyway. And there's a new world's oldest person. This old woman, 119, has died. She was referred to, described as a candy-loving gran in the story I read.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Oh, nice day today, and continuing to get warmer as the week goes on. Increasing clouds, 65 for a high. We'll be up near 80, it looks like, by Thursday. Maybe a slight chance of showers Thursday night into Friday. Traffic we have across eastbound Center Street at the I-15 ramps in Provo. The right lane is blocked. Left lane is still open. I thought I saw something else come in via text. Oh, Twillians are flowing. SR 36 northbound moving well from Stansbury to... There's no slowages going to 201 eastbound. Thank you, whoever sent that in at 33986.
And I thought when you wanted to talk about the... convention, Jeannie, you were going to bring up the fact that Joe Biden was also on that hearing, that committee that voted, that dismissed Anita Hill and said. All right, it's time for boner candidate number 3.
Mm-hmm.
That music is really loud in my ears.
I don't know what you're hearing.
I can't hear anything.
It's our background music.
Oh,
so now
okay,
it's gone.
jumped in. Yeah.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Well, it's just a side hustle. A woman is facing charges after allegedly running a scheme that charged travelers hundreds of dollars to receive counterfeit negative COVID-19 tests at the Salt Lake International Airport. Wow. Did you see her, Gina?
I don't think so.
Did you buy one?
No, I did not.
Salt Lake City resident Linda Tolley now faces 1 count of wire fraud. That's an interesting charge for her involvement in the scheme. Documents explain that from July 2021 through at least last September, she intercepted calls from travelers trying to schedule a COVID test from her then employer, Express Check, which has a location at the airport for people who need proof of negative test in order to travel to places with restrictions, such as Hawaii. After intercepting a call from a customer, Ms. Tolley allegedly canceled appointments through Express Check and falsely told travelers they only needed a letter in order to travel to their destination. Tolley then arranged for the travelers to purchase from her what she knew to be counterfeit negative COVID-19 tests instead of obtaining legitimate COVID tests from Express Check. She would request that they pay for the test by sending money to her personal Cash App or her husband's Venmo account, and she charged anywhere from $200 to $250 per fake test. Boner candidate number 3. Well, it's just a side hustle.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1 was, what the hell? just Steve Martin is funny. And I bet Steve Martin doesn't think some of your stuff is funny. People criticizing him for the King Tut sketch. That's ridiculous. Boner candidate number 2, sure, it's irritating, but a shotgun? Long Island man arrested for shooting a kid who was doing the doorbell ditch prank, and he got a shotgun and shot the kid through the door. And Boner got him right through the door. And Boner candidate number 3, it's just a side hustle.
Okay. Here you go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward and be Boner of the Day. 1, 2, or 3. Boner of the Day voting right now. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. That's one way to vote. Another way to vote is to call Katie in the producer's booth. She's right there. She'll take your voice vote. 877-602-9696. Or you can go online, x96.com, and look for the box that says Boner voting, Boner of the Day, April 25, 2022, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages. That's like 4 minutes is all. So get to voting. It's Boner of the Day. Brooklinen.com. Go to brooklinen.com. Whenever you go to brooklinen.com, enter the code X96. All right? Just no matter what. Right now, if you go to brooklinen.com and use the promo code X96, you'll get $20 off with a minimum purchase of $100. Give yourself the comfort refresh that you deserve and get it for less at Brooklinen. There's very few things I look forward to anymore.
Carrie.
There's Moon Knight, and then there's my Brooklinen sheets, sleeping with the window open in the springtime in those nice, cool Brooklinen sheets. They're very, very nice, and I suggest you, that's a good place to try Brooklinen, and then, like me, you'll be hooked. You'll keep going. You'll get your plush absorbent bath towels. Oh, that's another thing I look forward to. Cozy bathrobes right out of the shower, just wrapping it around you. It's wonderful. Comfy loungewear. When you're sitting around watching Moon Knight, you can wear your comfy loungewear. And it just takes the edge off of everything. Brooklinen.com, BROOKLINEN.com. Enter the promo code X96 for $20 off with a minimum purchase of $100. That's brooklinen.com, the promo code X96.
Flay. Flay. Spell it with me now. F-L-A-Y. And now we'll use it in some dialogue as LeVar and LeGrand have gone to the food court at the mall for lunch. Again, the word is flay.
Oh, I am full. That was a mighty good meal, LeVar.
Pretty good.
Hey, you think that me having a large order of chili cheese fries at the A&W was good for me?
Well, I don't know if it's good for you or bad for you, but you eating them is bad for me.
What?
I mean, we're going to have to drive home with the windows of the pickup rolled down for sure. What a smell.
Sorry. Well, I wonder if them fries was good for Mart. I'm kind of getting chest painy since I ate them.
Probably just some big old gas bubble trapped near your left ventricle. You know, you should have had what I had for lunch. A hard, healthy sandwich from Chick-fil-A.
Oh.
Eating them fries was worse for you than eating a big old hunk of filet mignon. All that fry grease is going to go right to your arteries.
Oh, hey, how come they call a filet mignon a filet mignon?
I don't know. I guess because it's a flame-broiled piece of meat that is so thick and heavy that when you eat it, you get sleepy and start to yawn. Therefore, i.e. and etc., a filet mignon.
Oh, filet mignon.
Yeah, filet mignon.
Ooh, looky here. Here's a blood pressure machine here to the drugstore in the mall. Let's see. Let's pop in a quarter. and I'll check my blood pressure. See if them fries has pushed it up any.
All right, go ahead.
I'm sort of not feeling too
Put
good.
the quarter in there, then. Go.
You have to squeeze your forearm a little. You must be absolutely still but relaxed during the test.
What's it mean it's going to squeeze your arm there?
What's it doing now? It's like clamped down on me like some kind of ferocious animal.
I don't know. What? Oh, my God, what's this flashing light mean?
I don't know, but I
It's
think
flashing real fast.
it feels like my heart is starting to speed up really fast.
You don't look so good, LeGrand.
I'm feeling kind of weak and pale like.
What? You're pale. You're drooling. What's wrong with you?
I'm not feeling too well. Get my arm out of here.
I can't get your arm out. It's stuck on there.
Can't take this anymore. It's squeezing my arm too hard. I'm feeling faint. Everything's going kind of black.
Somebody call the paramedics.
The test is finished. I will display the results. You may remove your forearm. I didn't get enough information that time to give you accurate readings for everything. If you want to try again, push the start button to begin the test.
No fetching way. I'm not going through that
Well,
again.
they said you didn't get it right the first time.
I'm not going through that again. Let's just run over to the Chick-fil-A and get me a soft serve ice cream.
Okay.
$7:49. Let's award boner of the day.
Okay. And it's brought to you in part by Cuban sandwiches.
Ooh, nice.
And X96 welcomes Monster Energy AMA's Supercross World Championship to Rice Eccles Stadium on May 7th. Listen all week long to Radio from Hell in the mornings and Todd Newcomb in the afternoons to win your tickets. More information, ticket links, and contest details at x96.com.
Only 18 of you felt that Steve Martin is grievously wronged. Only 18 of you. Boy, that was a lot of voting for number 2 and number 3, though.
Oh, yeah.
Over 100 votes for each candidate.
Wow.
And the one that won by 6 votes was boner candidate number 2. Sure, it's irritating, but a shotgun?
Really? Well, there you go. That's your boner of the day for today, April 25, 2022. Now qualified to be boner of the week coming up on Friday.
Excuse me. You got another? I'm home. That's I've got a cold. I'm assuming that it's a cold anyway. Gina, you said you had another?
Oh yeah, I was
adventure.
I was out of town this weekend at a wedding, and it was my godson that was getting married. I had a couple godsons at the wedding, and one of them said, "Are you going to make us all get together and say the rosary? Do we have to do that?"
What?
And I'm like, no, I'm the cool godmother. I don't make you do that.
How many godchildren do you have?
4.
And that means, that if for some reason something happens to their parents or whatever, that they can't take care of themselves, you have to take them in.
I mean, technically, I guess.
What do you mean technically?
It's mostly symbolic. It's mostly symbolic. And so this is my mom, Mary Claire's side of the family. And Uncle Pat was there. You guys remember Uncle Pat? You met Uncle Pat up at up at Sundance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uncle Pat is
cowboy.
He's a cowboy.
Real one.
Real cowboy. And Uncle Pat smuggled a puppy into the wedding.
Why?
Because that's Uncle Pat. He had this Vizsla puppy. It's a hunting hound dog.
Yeah.
Named Roscoe.
Yeah.
You can't leave Roscoe at home. He's just a puppy. He's got a.
Well, yeah, but
I have a puppy sitter.
I don't think you're doing him any favors carrying him around in a wedding either.
And feeding him sliders. They had appetizers, little hamburger sliders. He's feeding him sliders. And
Uncle Pat is so eccentric.
He is. And the next day we saw him outside the hotel, and he's like, "The Roscoe hasn't pooped all day. I think the sliders."
Well, there's a reason, yeah.
Maybe did it wrong. But so
Thanks for the info, Uncle Pat.
So I get back, and I'm not going to say where I parked.
Back to town.
Yeah.
You mean? Okay.
And I'm on the shuttle to take me back to my car. And what I like to do when I travel, and I haven't done this in years
because
I haven't traveled, these parking places will detail your car while you're gone.
Oh, nice.
Which is handy because that's the thing about getting your car detailed. You can't be without your car usually. So, I'm going out of town, have a car. So I get on the bus and I say, my car's being detailed. We'll have to pick it up there.
And it's a way to make sure that your parking is even more expensive.
Well, so they pull up to the little kiosk to get my keys. The bus driver gets out and goes and gets my keys and gets back in, hands me my keys, and he says, I want you guys to tell me what you think happened based on what he said. He handed me my keys, and he said, "There's going to be no charge for the detail. Our detail guy got COVID, and he's in the hospital." Now, based on that statement, what do you think happened?
There was no detail.
Well, if there was no detail, he wouldn't. I guess that would be, no charge because there wasn't a detail.
No, but the way he said it, there's no charge for the detail.
Oh, I see what you're. Okay.
Doesn't that sound like because here's where my mind went. My mind went to, he detailed your car, breathing in it, and then when he was done, oh no, I don't feel well, I'm going to the hospital. So we're not going to charge you for this detail because COVID guy was breathing in your car.
What? See, that's your wildly inappropriate imagination. If he said there's no charge for the detail because the guy got COVID and he had to go to the hospital, I would immediately think, then that means there's no detail. Huh?
No. What you would say is, sorry, we didn't detail your car. The guy got COVID. Saying there's no charge for it sounds like it happened and we're not going to charge you for it.
Well, we didn't charge you for it because we didn't do it.
Well, and I'm like, of course you're not charging me for it. It didn't happen.
Because the guy got COVID.
Why wouldn't you just say we didn't detail your car? He got COVID. We're not going to. Of course, you're not going to charge me.
I don't know why he wouldn't say that. He's a shuttle driver.
But here's my thought. Carrie probably would think the same thing. Well, I don't want to get in my car and drive my car if the COVID guy was breathing in my car. Do I have to call somebody to come get me and I'll leave my car here for a few days till the COVID wears off?
So did you say that to the shuttle driver? And
No.
Then did he go, oh no.
No, because
see, the way he said that, I would have asked a follow-up question. I would have said, well, then what you're saying is that he didn't come in at all, which means no one was in my car.
Yeah.
Or
I didn't realize till we actually got to my car. Oh, it wasn't.
I find I have to ask follow-up questions all the time.
Yeah,
sure.
With people all the time because they just don't know how to convey a thought in one sentence.
And so I'm with my mom. I've been traveling with my mom, and my mom says to me, "That's so surprising. I didn't think anybody was going to the hospital with COVID anymore." And I said, "Yes. There are." She's like, "I thought we were dead." No, people still go to the hospital.
They're still there.
For COVID.
You know, COVID's got a really good PR department.
It does, doesn't it?
Hey, you know what? Let's make them think we're not very dangerous anymore, and then we'll get them.
so I didn't get my card.
Just astounding.
Well, you saved some money, though.
Yeah, they didn't charge me. Of course you didn't charge. Well, and then I felt bad because then the guy said, do you want the owner's phone number? And I said, why would I want the owner's phone number? And they said, well, we've had a couple of other people today that were upset that their car wasn't detailed, and they wanted, well, I want the owner's phone. To what? Yell at him because somebody
get the guy with COVID in here to detail the cars?
What are they
What's the
upset about?
point?
Here's what they're going for.
You know?
I think I deserve a free detail.
Exactly.
That's what they're going for.
That's ridiculous.
I know,
It's
but
not
that's
this
what
guy's fault.
I know, but that's what they're going for.
I said, no, I don't want his phone number.
Let me speak to the manager.
Exactly.
Well, Gina, I'm afraid you missed out on a free detail.
I mean, maybe, but I don't think I deserved a free detail.
Well, I don't think you deserved a detail in the first place.
Why not?
I don't know.
Traffic.
Crash eastbound 201 freeway at the exit to 3200 West. The right lane and shoulder are blocked at the top of the exit ramp. Traffic is backed up to 5600 West. Crash eastbound Center Street at the I-15 Ransom Provo. The right lane is blocked. Left lane looks like that's still open. And let me see if there's anything else and see if you've sent anything in. No, but if you see something, you can text us 33986.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. Bill Frost will be here to tell us what's on TV this week. Also, Beat Gina is on the way.
Let me tell you what prize we have for that. Lost 80s Live tickets.
Nice. Al Pacino trivia.
Hooah.
Hooah. We'll have that for you coming up. Stand by for that. Ranlife.com/X96.
I've been trying to tell you. I have been trying to tell you this is a great mortgage company. It's a local mortgage company, and I've also told you that I have used their services a couple of times, and it's always been a great experience. Ran Life. They would like you to know that Salt Lake's average home value has increased over 27%, which shattered the record of a 20% increase in 1978. Utah actually had the second highest equity gain in 2021 nationwide. Inflation and the cost of living is also rising. Everybody's feeling it. But with the increase in your home's value, you can put some of that to work for you to pay off high interest debts, consolidate other loans, tax deductible payments with Ran Life loans. It's Ran Life Home Loans. Just go to the website, ranlife.com/X96. Fill out the little form, and I think you'll be on your way to saving money.
We're broadcasting here from Namche Bazaar in Nepal. We're sitting in my room at the Zomling Guest House and Panoramic View restaurant. I met the owner a few minutes ago and did a little interview with him. Maybe you'll hear some of that coming up on the show at some point. An interesting man. His name is Saddam Sherpa, and he is he's from Tibet. He came here from Tibet. And I was just going to ask Geljan, you don't mind being on the radio for a second, do you, Geljan? I'll come over and sit by you. I heard people asking you today about Sherpa. What is that? Is that a last name, or what is it, or why do they say Sherpa?
Yeah, Sherpa means the name of our caste. We have different family name. Like, for example, my name is Geljan Sherpa, and then my family name is Lama. Yeah, so I really want to make it clear the people who are very confusing about the Sherpa people. The people think the Sherpa is like our name of our profession. So it's wrong. So Sherpa means our caste name.
It's a caste name. And what does Sherpa mean? You told me that today.
Sherpa means in our language that we are Eastern people. We came, Shar means East, Pa means people, and we came from the east part of Tibet. So that's why.
Why did you all come here from Tibet?
Yeah, there's a quite confusing. Somebody says there's two things. Somebody says maybe that time there was very big influenza disease, and so the people were very scared, and they come over here to the Nepal. And somebody says there was There's like a civil wars, and then there's a people they lose the war, and then they came over here, and but yet we don't know which one is true.
And this was hundreds of years ago, right?
No, it's approximately 500 years ago. We don't have exact data.
Yeah, 500 years ago. And from what I've heard you say about Tibet, I mean, there's a kind of a longing for Tibet. Is that true? If somehow you could go back to Tibet, is there some feeling like that?
I'm sorry, I'm maybe confused about your question.
I mean, you hold Tibet with a great deal of reverence. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And Tibet is, of course, really no more. And we'll talk to Geljan later on in the trip too. He's very worried. He thinks the Sherpa people are going to be no more at some point. And so we'll talk about that. But that's it for now. I'm Bill Allred, broadcasting at the Zamling Hotel and Panoramic View Restaurant in Namche Bazaar, Nepal.
Okay, is this a sponsored feature, Gene?
Yes, cable TV.
By that? Is it?
CableTV.com is the place for expert reviews, recommendations, and resources for discovering the best cable, satellite streaming, and internet services near you. Check out CableTV.com today.
Thank you.
Well, here he is. Hi, Bill.
Hello. Oh, there he is.
Bill Frost. Hi, Bill. It's Bill Frost writes a column for Slug Magazine called Content Shifter. You can find that at slugmag.com. He hosts a podcast that's about the TV, TV Tan, and he's in a band called Magda Vega, who I think you said you had an album almost finished.
Almost coming this summer.
Okay. You can find all of that stuff at billfrost.tv. What's up?
Just wanted to ask if Gina watched Three Busy Debras.
Three Busy Debras. I think you should give it a try.
Really?
You might get some drops from it.
Really?
It's kind of it's a sketch, kind of sketchy, kind of silly, kind of over the toppy, kind of.
Well, I can see why you'd want to watch it.
Yeah.
It's Adult Swim.
Okay.
That's kind of all you really have to say. It's Adult Swim, so it's weird.
And it's short.
Mm-hmm.
I think Carrie should get some drops from it.
I will go take a look at it then.
And for news shows, a lot of news shows premiering this week. Tonight on HBO and HBO Max, We Own This City, another true crime tale of Baltimore corruption within the police department.
Have you?
It's
How many? Have you?
The Wire?
Have you seen any of these?
I've seen some of it. Yeah, it's not The Wire. It's not as good as The Wire, but
it's not as gritty.
But if you like this kind of stuff,
so is there a sympathetic character in this? Because the way I don't know. It's just the descriptions I've read is it's all bad people.
They're all bastards. Yeah,
all of them.
Pretty much. Yeah, John Bernthal's in here though.
Oh, I like him. But he usually plays a bastard.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, he's good at it.
The Punisher. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shane.
Yeah. And of the two,
is that what you think, huh? Is that what you think?
Yeah, that's him.
That's his go-to.
That's him.
He throws it in. I don't care what the script says. He goes, "Is that what you think? Is that, huh?"
of the two LDS-related programs this week. Here's the one you probably don't know about. This is on Peacock on Tuesday. Preaching Evil, A Wife on the Run with Warren Jeffs.
I haven't heard of this.
Yeah. This is a documentary series about Warren Jeffs and his favorite wife, because there's going to be a favorite.
Because she keeps sweet. Is that?
Yeah, Naomi Jessup. We have an interview with her. It's a 4-part documentary series all about what happened down there on Zion Ranch.
And what's this called again?
Preaching Evil.
Preaching Evil.
That's the important part.
Yeah.
The rest of it is A Wife on the Run with Warren Jeffs.
Okay,
Remember
I'll watch
preaching
that.
Yeah. And of course on
Peacock.
on Thursday there's Under the Banner of Heaven.
Yes.
Yeah. It's based on the John Krakauer novel.
We are working on getting participants in this in this show.
We'll let you know.
To come
'cause
on the show.
You'll want to know that.
You'll want to hear this.
Can you get Andrew Garfield?
We're working on it, actually. We're got our fingers crossed.
He's the star of this thing, and it's the story of the 1984 murder of a Utah woman at the hands of Mormon fundamentalists.
Yeah, that's not all it is, though.
There's more than that, yes.
It is and again, I had never read the book, so I started reading it about a week ago. Oh, man, it is, it pulls back the cover on the origins of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
And if you do get Andrew Garfield, if you can ask him for me if he loves lasagna but hates Mondays, because that's my favorite joke from BoJack Horseman.
Okay.
Also on Thursday, Season 2, Made for Love on HBO Max. Kristen Milioti plays the wife of a creepy Czech billionaire.
Oh, this is Season 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We liked the first season.
Ray Romano with the real doll wife.
He's
really?
Yeah, he's you don't respect Janice or whatever her name is. I can't remember.
I think it
Was
is Janice. Yeah.
You need to show Janice some respect. She's my wife.
Also on Thursday, last year there was a documentary series on HBO Max called The Way Down, Greed, God, Greed, and the Cult of Gwen Shamblin.
Oh, yeah, that was good.
Diet Church, if you remember that. It's like, God don't want no fatties.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yeah. But then before they finished the documentary series, she and her entire crew died in a plane crash last year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So when the leader of the cult
What happens?
dies,
What happens?
a lot of people want to come forward now.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Because, she dead, so we'll talk.
We can talk now.
Yeah.
Her influence is gone.
Yeah, so you got more of that. It's on Thursday on HBO Max. And also, I'm not sure why this is a series, The Offer on Paramount Plus on Thursday. This is a dramatization of Making the Godfather.
Yeah, I'm curious about this.
A dramatization.
Yes.
So it's not a documentary.
No.
It's
a show about the making of the movie The Godfather.
Yeah, it's content about making
Because,
content.
I mean, there are several books
Yeah.
about, how this movie almost didn't get made and what would have happened. And,
maybe there's
so
a good
it's,
story there.
they're mining the books for this show.
And it's the 50th anniversary.
And I'm enough of a Godfather fan that I'll watch this. But what's his name is the star of it, the drummer guy.
The drummer?
The drummer
Well, he
guy?
played a drummer in that movie where he got yelled at by J. Jonah Jameson.
Miles Teller.
Miles Teller, thank you.
Yeah, Miles Teller.
I got there.
I got you there.
Yeah. And also Juno Temple is in this. Dan Fogler is Francis Ford Coppola. Yeah. And on Friday, a movie on Hulu called Crush. If you watch Snowpiercer, the series on TNT, you might know Rowan Blanchard. She plays the child of, basically the child prodigy who's now running the train.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a lesbian high school rom-com.
Okay.
We don't have enough of those.
No.
Yeah. So she's an aspiring artist who wants to get into Cal Arts, but along the way, she joins the track team because she's not an athlete at all, but there's a really cute girl there.
Ah.
All right.
But wait a minute, there's another cute girl there.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds ideal.
And wackiness ensues.
But the best part of this is Megan Mullally as her mom.
Yay.
I'm there. That's all you had to say.
Who is wildly inappropriate.
I was going to say, lead with Megan Mullally.
Yes. Also on Apple TV Plus on Friday, new drama series, Shining Girls, starring Shining Girls. Let me get that straight.
Okay.
This stars Elizabeth Moss as a Chicago newspaper employee who endures an assault. And then she starts to see that a case that is being tracked by the newspaper eerily resembles her attack.
Mm-hmm.
And so she dives into this. She's not a reporter. She's an archivist, but she's diving into this story anyway.
All right.
So if you want to see, no one really does traumatize like Elizabeth Moss.
Right.
Bill's a fan.
Yeah.
He'll probably watch this.
Also on Friday, the finale of Ozark, the final episodes dropping.
Well, that starts
But
Friday.
Now, is this the mid-season or the
This
total
final.
dump? This is
final.
it.
Series
This is-
final.
Oh.
They already did a few episodes earlier this year.
Mm.
And also Grace and Frankie.
Oh, they're back.
It is over.
Oh, it's over. Okay.
This is the final episodes of Grace and Frankie, now making it officially the longest running Netflix series.
I'm surprised that show couldn't save Netflix.
It's ending at the most inopportune time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also, if you've ever watched a series on Netflix called Call My Agent, it's a French import.
No.
It's about a PR specialist and working with actors. Very funny.
Oh, okay.
There's now a British version of it called 10%.
Oh, okay. I'll watch that.
Yeah. It's on AMC Plus and Sundance Now, and also BBC America. They're making sure that you can't miss it.
You will watch this.
Yeah, it's about a London talent firm, and you get people in and out of here like Helena Bonham Carter and Dominic West.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
All these years, I didn't realize Dominic West was British.
Oh,
I know,
really?
right? He's one of those guys. It's like, oh man, another one.
And are they themselves like
Yeah.
Dominic West here
Yes.
to see my agent?
What? I'm Dominic West.
Yes, just like that. Also, Friday, season 4 of The Last Drive-In with Joe Bob Briggs on Shudder.
Yep.
Going all the way to Sunday, Vice season 3 on Showtime. It's the news magazine series.
Mm-hmm.
It's about world news, international news, international scandals, and so if you think everything is just sucks here in America, this show can tell you that it sucks all over the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like inflation that way. It's all over the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is the one I'm looking most forward to this week. Vanessa Bayer from Saturday Night Live has a new series on Showtime.
Oh.
I love that for you. She stars as a former child cancer survivor, which she is. This is semi-autobiographical.
Oh, she is. Okay.
Yeah. And she's finally decided, I'm now getting on with my life. I'm an adult. I'm moving out of the house, my parents' house.
Okay.
I'm getting a boyfriend, and I'm
Okay.
getting a job at the Home Shopping Network.
All right.
That's the bucket list right
I
there.
would. I will watch this because I like her.
Yeah. Oh, this is even better. Co-starring Molly Shannon.
Oh,
Again, I was in. Now I'm all in.
Yes.
Okay.
It's called I Love That For You.
I love that for you.
And this is Carrie's challenge for the week.
Okay.
I think you'll might enjoy this one.
Okay.
Wait a minute, but what makes you think he'll do this one any better than he did the last
I did
one?
miss the Hardy.
Well, hope springs eternal.
Yeah.
We'll keep going.
Okay.
Welcome home, Nikki Glazer.
Oh,
on
well,
E.
okay, I'm there.
Yeah. This is in the early months of the pandemic in 2020. Comedian Nikki Glazer moved from Los Angeles back home with her parents in St. Louis.
And,
funny.
and filmed like this.
Yep.
Okay.
Being a savvy entertainer, of course, turn it into a reality
I love
show.
it.
Sounds good.
I love it. That sounds great.
And wackiness does ensue.
Okay.
And it's been a long time since I could recommend anything on E.
It has been a while, hasn't it? All right. Thank you, Bill Frost. Thank you. Traffic, Gina, please.
Well, that earlier crash eastbound 201 freeway at 32nd West looks like that seems to be clearing up. Not nearly as much slowage as I saw about 15-20 minutes ago. If you go a little further eastbound I-80 as you get close to Parley's Canyon, looks like there's some slowage there. That's construction related, though, I believe. What are you seeing out there? I don't know unless you tell me, so why don't you tell me? Text it to me, 33986. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes? Multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
All right. We're going to get you lined up now to play Beat Gina. It's Al Pacino trivia. You could win tickets to the Lost 80s live show. So 877-602-9696. Call up now, and if you beat Gina at multiple choice Al Pacino trivia, you'll win tickets to that show.
Carrie, before we do this, that background music is in there again.
Sorry. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Stockton 12 Honda.
Stockton 12 Honda has been around for a long time, and there's a good reason for that. People have come to trust them to deliver and make good on the promises they make. The Stockton 12 promise is that they'll help you achieve car ownership with the best possible price. Stockton 12 Honda, easy to find, easy to get to. It's right there on the Auto Mall Drive, Southtown Auto Mall in Sandy. Stockton 12 customers don't have to go anywhere else. I've bought a couple of cars there, get them serviced at Stockton 12 Honda, and you'll find people keep coming back and back and back and buying several cars over the years from Stockton 12 Honda. And they're really a one-stop shop for everything you need automotive. If you can't find exactly what you're looking for, Stockton 12 Honda will find it for you. They've got a lot of Hondas in their inventory, and they're ready to sell them. So Stockton 12 Honda, Southtown Auto Mall in Sandy.
Gina's back. So anyway, so anyway,
Kerry walked in and he said, "You're walking like some of your."
You're walking like somebody who had their guts ripped out.
You're walking like your insides are all wrong.
You know, because she was doing this.
Yeah.
And I started to tell Kerry, and then I said, "Wait, I'll tell you on the radio." What you should never do is go on message boards about surgery.
You should never go on message boards about anything. I don't care if it's the Incredible Hulk or surgery.
Well, you
just don't.
You know what you should do?
Yeah.
But you're curious, you want to hear what other people's experiences are and what their recovery is, and
what happened?
And well, before the surgery, I went on a message board, and somebody was asking the question, well, what fills in the hole where they take out what they take out? And
there's a hole there.
Well, the response was.
Well, now
the response was
the uterus is what we're talking about.
Yes.
And Gina's uterus weighed 43 pounds, which is
amazing.
It was the size of a medicine ball.
It was prize winning.
I'm a size 2 now because but they remove it, and the way the person in the message board explained it is, well, it's pictured just having a big bowl of spaghetti and just taking a big scoop out of the bowl of spaghetti. It just kind of fills in where the hole is.
But that just takes a second.
Like spaghetti.
Kind of goopy.
You just watch the spaghetti fill in. It just takes a second.
Like biscotti.
So this is what I'm picturing my insides are like, a big bowl of
biscotti. Well, they're very much like that. Yeah. You know, surgeons train on spaghetti. Yeah, you didn't know that?
They do meatball.
They do.
Delicious marinara sauce.
That's why there's so many fat doctors.
And then they all have lunch. Well, we've trained on the spaghetti. Let's eat it.
Yeah.
This is what I'm picturing when they're wheeling me into surgery.
And you know what they did with your uterus?
Lunch.
Yeah.
Spaghetti.
There's lunch. Who brought the marinara?
And so also on the message board you look at what's recovery like for this.
Well, I'm sure it's different for everyone.
Exactly.
And
I'm sure it's speedy and efficient.
It's different for everyone, but the worst one will be
on the message
what
board.
Gina has.
Well, I mean, it can't be the worst because I'm back to work now.
There will be people. There have to be people on the message boards who say, "Oh, I was cleaning my house 3 days later."
There's that.
Why, I ran a marathon.
Right. and then there's it's been 3 months and I still feel like crap, and usually the truth is somewhere in between.
Can we use the term vaginal prolapse in any?
I don't know.
Is that do we need to use that term?
We shouldn't.
Somebody's posted it. I don't think we
That's
should.
the thing that happens to the women that have 15 babies.
Oh.
And the
Ooh.
and the uterus climbs out on its own.
That ain't no damn good.
That's what that is.
That's where that needs to be fixed.
But it's nice to be back. I missed you guys.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who, at the age of 19, have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. Our elders are tracting their way across the cosmos, looking for prospective converts, when suddenly they find themselves aboard the last surviving battlestar, Galactica, where our elders are introduced to Commander Adama.
Quiet, Muffy. They don't look like Cylons.
Welcome. I'm Commander Adama.
Hi, I'm Elder Chris Jansen, and this is Elder Jensen. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons. Say, you look like that guy from Bonanza.
I am in command of this fleet, and we are searching for the lost tribe of humans and a shining planet called Earth.
What a coincidence! We're from Earth. Would this lost tribe you're looking for just happen to go by the name of Nephites?
No, I don't think so. What can you tell us of Earth?
Well, everybody there is pretty much like us.
Hey, Lehigh, why don't you show them the Saturday's Warrior holographic disc that your mom sent you?
Look, Muffy. They have more teeth than you do.
And you say this pretty well represents Earth?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Colonel Ty, turn the fleet around and set course for Cylon.
Father, you can't be serious.
Son, if we have to choose between genocide and a life with those Saturday's Warrior people, I'll take my chances with the Cylons.
So, I guess this means that you won't be joining our church then.
Apollo, Starbuck, show these two to a launch bay, and make sure they take that holodisc with them.
Oh, Felger Carb.
Elder Jensen, what's your language?
Fleeing the Lex Diaz of Edo tyranny, the last battlestar, Galactica, sets off for a shining planet called Cylon. Join us next time to hear Elder Jensen say,
Hey, do you think that kid knows that his dog is really just a monkey in an orange dog suit?
On the next brain-numbing episode of Space Elders!
And now, let's play the game we never tire of. The game we never miss because it won't go away. The game we can almost play in our sleep. I'm sure it comes as no surprise that the game is Beat Gina, in which a contestant tries to do just that. And now, how about a warm Crossroads of the West greeting for your host, Carrie Jackson?
Oh, a Crossroads of the West greeting. Thank you. Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome, Carrie.
All right, we will let the computer decide who our contestant is. Looks like it will be Melissa. Hi, Melissa.
Good morning.
Yes,
Good morning.
Melissa. Hi there.
You're interested in winning these Lost 80s Live tickets, I'm guessing.
Oh, yes.
All right. Melissa, it's multiple choice trivia. Because it's Al Pacino's birthday, he is 187 years old today. And he will, so we're doing multiple choice Al Pacino trivia. So here's how we play the game. Here's how we play the game. I'm going to toss a coin right now to determine who goes first in the game. It does give you an advantage. Heads or tails?
Big tails.
Tails, all right. Coin toss app says tails.
Tells.
Or tells here in Utah.
Way to go, Melissa.
So that means Melissa goes first. Now, Melissa, this first question is for you to answer exclusively. If you get it right, you get the points. If not, we're going to turn that same question over to Gina. She gets a chance to answer it correctly. If she does, she gets the point. We'll go back and forth until one of you hits 3 points. All right, here we go.
Okay, perfect.
All right, Melissa, first question. In January of 1961, Pacino was arrested and charged with what? Was it A, wearing women's lingerie in public? He said it was just a goofy party that he was attending. But B, telling Trump to impose martial law, although he says he doesn't remember.
No, I can't remember.
C, disturbing the peace. Hooah! Or D, carrying a concealed weapon.
Ooh, let's go with D.
Carrying a concealed weapon is correct. You see, he forgot to leave the weapon and take the cologne.
That's 1 point. 1 point for Melissa. Now it's Melissa, it's only 1 point. Now it's Gina's turn.
Gina.
Yep.
What is Al Pacino's favorite play?
Okay.
Is it A, Dear Evan Hansen, B, Hamlet, C, Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark, or D, The Odd Couple?
I'm going to go with Hamlet.
Hamlet is correct.
Well, the game is tied in this gripping contest, 1-1. Melissa, your chance to go ahead.
Melissa?
Okay.
What did Al Pacino consider changing his name to early in his career? You know, because a lot of actors use fake names. Was it A, Vanderson Anderson, B, Sonny Scott, C, Paige Turner, or D, Batman bin Superman? Sorry, I screwed that up.
Way to go, giving her a hint, Carrie.
Sorry.
Let's go with B.
Sonny Scott? That is correct.
There you go.
That's more radio than actor.
Yeah.
He didn't do it, did he?
No.
It's 2-1. Gina now controls the question, has a chance to tie the game.
All right, Gina. When he was 29, Pacino's film debut was a minor role in what movie?
Okay.
Was it A, Me, Natalie, B, Glenn or Glenda, C, Quaxer Fortune Has a Cousin in the Bronx, or D, Blackenstein?
So it's Gina's question.
Yes.
I don't know. A? Whoa, that was a guess.
Me, Natalie is
That was
correct.
a guess.
That's 2-2. Now, Melissa, your turn. You could win on this question.
Melissa?
Okay.
What is Pacino's one regret during his years of acting? Was it A? You're not helping, Gina.
I'm sorry.
Was it A, turning down a role in Quaxer Fortune Has a Cousin in the Bronx? B, turning down a role in The Usual Suspects? C, turning down a role in 8 Heads in a Duffel Bag? Or D, turning down hosting the Academy Awards?
Let's go with D.
The Academy Awards? Well,
Yes.
I'm terribly sorry, but
Oh,
that
Gina.
is incorrect.
If you steal, Gina, you can win.
Gina?
Is it B?
Turning down a role in The Usual Suspects?
Yay!
Correct.
Gina wins the game.
Oh, I'm sorry, Melissa.
More Lost 80s live tickets for me.
Oh,
Too
Melissa.
bad,
Oh,
Melissa.
wait.
What?
Wait,
I,
what?
I'm an employee. I can't win these tickets.
Wait a minute.
These will.
Well, then what do you want to do?
Well, these will go bad if I don't.
Their expiration date.
If I don't give them to somebody, it would be easy because she's on the phone.
Listen, if the Lost 80s had a sell-by date, we
That's
wouldn't be
true.
having this show. But anyway.
It's Friday, August 12th at the Maverick Center. If you're free, Melissa, I will give you these
Portia.
Lost 80s live tickets.
Nothing going on at all. that day.
Perfect.
All right, Melissa, hang on the line. We'll get your information.
You know, people would think that's a joke answer, but there really is a movie called Quacks Or Fortune Has a Cousin in the Bronx.
It's true. Gene Wilder movie.
Yeah. Terrible movie.
Yes, terrible.
All
right, Johnny.
I've got to go. Bye.
Thank you, Johnny. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
8:32 right now. We have time for some news brought to you by...
Land on the cratered surface of the moon, fly through the swirling rings of Saturn, coast to distant worlds with active volcanoes and buried oceans. Worlds Beyond Earth is now playing at Clark Planetarium at the Gateway.
I think I should have had Johnny stay and do the news.
Oh.
Nicolas Cage, The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. That's his new movie. He's clarifying rumors that he once purchased a bat cave in North Dakota. The 58-year-old actor, whose stage name is inspired by superhero Luke Cage, made his feature film debut as Brad's Bud in 1982 Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Cage went on to star in some of the greatest films of all time and some of the worst films of all time, amassing now over 100 film credits, including roles in National Treasure, which that's a franchise too, isn't it? Raising Arizona, of course, Leaving Las Vegas.
And I believe in that Fast Times at Ridgemont High, he's credited with his real name.
Coppola.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's like nephew, Francis Ford Coppola's nephew. As evident by his Oscar and slew of Razzie nominations, Cage is a fearless performer for whom no role is off limits. And I'm guessing that part of the reason he does this, too, and I've heard, I forget what actor it was, maybe it was Michael Caine, who's appeared in all kinds of great movies and really bad movies.
He's just done a lot of movies.
And he said, the reason I do it is that I just like to keep working. I enjoy the work, and I just need something, I just work.
I'm a working actor.
Anyway, Nicolas Cage about this bat cave. Let's see. During an appearance on Jimmy Kimmel Live, he was asked to confirm or deny some rumors that have circulated about him over the years. His co-star in the National Treasure movies, Diane Kruger, appeared on the show weeks ago and told a story about how he had once bought a bat cave. Now, here's what Nicolas Cage says about buying a bat cave. I like that you're asking me these questions because I get to use one of my favorite words, spelunking. I had an interest in exploring all the elements, you know? I got my certificate on the Great Barrier Reef. I explored the element of water. Air? I didn't really get as far as I wanted to. I wanted to be a hang glider, but it didn't happen. Fire? I felt like Ghost Rider. I have explored the element of fire. For Earth, I thought, yeah, I want to start spelunking. I went to start exploring caves. And I think we were in North Dakota in the Black Hills when we were shooting one of the treasure movies. And I said, I hear that there's a bat cave for sale. Let's go look at it. And I did. It was beautiful. And this is good for 420, right? All those stalagmites. And it was like really all milky quartz and crystalline walls. And I thought, you know, at the time I was married and I was like, I'd like to buy this and just go down in the bottom of the cave, get totally naked with my wife and drink my glory.
Wait a minute.
In the bottom of the cave in the earth. But I didn't buy the cave, he said. It doesn't make sense, really. Don't
So
try to make sense of
He
it.
entertained the idea.
He did.
Yeah.
But he didn't.
But he didn't actually buy the cave.
But I'm just stuck on that he wanted to take his wife down into the cave. That's the thing he wanted to do in the cave was his wife.
Why don't you remain stuck on that? Because you'll never figure out what it is. Oh, by the way, Gina, those mom jeans, those jeans that every mom needs in her closet, I was telling you about on Friday.
Yes.
I found the name of the jeans that you want to be looking for.
Oh, please.
They are Gap Washwell jeans, $41.
Gap
Washwell jeans. Now, it didn't say the Gap, but I'm assuming it means
it's the Gap.
from
There
the
we
Gap.
go.
Okay.
Oh, they're on sale.
There you go. Those would be good for you. They're stretchy, Gina.
Perfect.
So you can put on weight or lose weight, and they'll be fine. Ukrainians are celebrating Easter in the shadow of war. Orthodox Easter was this past yesterday, and it was really touching to see these people, even though their country is torn by war, getting together for an Easter services. Despite concerns, residents in the town of Lviv went to church in the city for blessings of protection and prayer. It was on Saturday they did this. At the Church of the Intercession of the Blessed Virgin, the faithful ignored calls to stay at home and queued up with decorated baskets of food ready to be blessed with holy water by parish priests. It's interesting to see they have Easter baskets, and I guess it's just a different calendar method. That there's like Easter that pretty much Catholics celebrate, and then there's Orthodox Easter, and I think that's just a difference.
Greek Easter.
Yeah, that's just a way that difference in the calendar too. Let's see. History was made Saturday at the Utah Democratic Party convention. The Democrats chose not to nominate a candidate for U.S. Senate from their own party. Instead, they chose to join independent candidate Evan McMullen's coalition to challenge Mike Lee.
Now, this made nationwide news.
Yeah.
I mean, because as they're saying around the nation, the Utah Democrats are choosing country over party. Is the term that they're taking with it. I'm not so sure I agree, but there it is.
McMullen said, "I feel good. I feel like most Utahns are ready to make a change. I know we have far more in common than indifference. The decision wasn't an easy one."
I can't remember who told you this, Bill, but I think it's a good analogy. Evan McMullen is not my stop on the bus route.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he's going the right direction, not the opposite direction. So I'll get off at his stop because that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
And I like Cale Weston a lot.
I do.
He's a super smart guy.
He was my pick.
He would do well for our state, but I don't see any way.
And his
he gets
comment
elected.
about the loss to McMullen was, "Oh well."
I hope he runs for something else some other time when
in another state.
No, here.
Well, he won't win here if he's the Democrat. Officials have identified 4 people killed in a small plane crash Saturday near Cedar City. There was a report of a fire near State Route 14, about 5 miles east of Cedar City. That's up in the mountains towards Cedar Breaks, and police and fire crews responded. They found burning remains of a single-engine aircraft. No one aboard the plane alive. Apparently, they'd taken off for a sightseeing tour of Zion National Park. They were flying east along State Route 14, but radar communication was lost 4 minutes later. It looks like they tried to get turned around and were going to fly back west when their wing clipped a tree and caused them to go into the side of the mountain. The people on board were identified as Stephen Echtel of Springville, Lindsay Echtel of Springville, Thomas Echtel of Heber City, and Danielle D'Agostini of Sandy.
Sports weather traffic.
So, Chicago Bears wide receiver Byron Pringle was arrested on Saturday after Florida Highway Patrol trooper caught him doing donuts on a suspended license with a child in the back seat. Arrest documents say the 28-year-old NFL player was doing a, quote, donut in his orange 2016 Dodge Challenger Hellcat. Troopers say he was driving on State Road 56 in Pasco County, which is north of Tampa, around 6 p.m. Troopers saw a cloud of smoke created by Pringle's driving, which reduced visibility down to nearly zero for drivers in the westbound lanes. After troopers stopped Pringle and asked for his papers, they saw a child in one of the rear seats. When authorities asked for his driver's license, oops, it's suspended. He was arrested for reckless driving. He allegedly ignored verbal commands and became confrontational. And, of course, all of this has been captured on video.
Of course.
You bet. Bill mentioned it earlier, but Rudy Gobert fined $25,000, which is nothing to him, by the NBA on Sunday for using profanity during a live televised interview on TNT. He said, F the talk.
Yeah.
And as Kerry pointed out, he's French, so we should give him a pass.
Hey, it's not English is a second language.
They play the Mavericks today with potty mouth and all at 7:30 p.m. Weather, warm and getting warmer. 65 for a high, increasing clouds today. We could be up near 80 by Thursday. Slight chance of showers overnight Thursday night. Traffic, friend of the program says garbage truck tipped over outside lane roundabout in Daybreak on Oakmont Road and Daybreak Parkway. Free snow shovel on the freeway between mile markers 312 and 311 in North Salt Lake. Some assembly required,
Yeah.
they say. Other than that, things seem to be moving well. If you see something not moving well, you can text it to us, 33986. Gracie's is open for daily lunch and dinner, brunch on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Enjoy food, drinks, live music on their award-winning heated patio. Gracie's is at the corner of 3rd Southwest Temple, adults only.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We'll be back. Geek News coming up. And also, Frank Christ presents their Fine Just Fine.
For Violent Femmes tickets.
For Violent Femmes tickets. Nice. All on the way. Stand by.
Radio from Hell on X96.
So anyway, we're up there, getting bags of food and turkeys. But when we first got there,
This is before we went on the air.
now I didn't say this to her on the air, did I?
No. No, this was before we went on.
She introduced herself, and I forget her name. Hi, I'm so and so with the food bank, and we said hi, and she handed us a fact sheet. And it's just a few things there, and she said, and then she said, I don't even think we asked her to be on the radio.
Didn't.
She said, I don't want to go on the radio. And Carrie said, well, come on, we've got to want to talk to somebody from the food bank.
Yeah, you're here. You're an expert.
I believe every year we have spoken with somebody.
Yeah, and I said, well, we need somebody from the food bank. We'd like somebody from the food bank to talk. And she said, well, what are you going to ask me? And it made me a little mad.
It did, because it's kind of a...
and I said, well,
question.
I'm going to ask you, what the velocity of a V1 rocket is, and how to build a diesel truck, and what is the composition of quartzite.
Yeah.
I
You
said,
were a little...
I said, I'm going to ask you stuff that you can answer about the
stuff,
food bank.
The stuff that was on the sheet.
Easy stuff. She disappeared, and never came back.
Yeah.
And no one else from the food bank.
No.
No, she was the representative that morning.
You could have handled that a little better.
Yeah, I could have. And I think I did say, well, could you get us somebody who will talk? I think I said that. And that's when she said, well, what are you going to ask me?
I think he was just trying to point out to her that that was kind of a silly question. You're here to represent the food bank. Tell us about hungry people.
I was, but I kind of snapped at her.
But people that have never been on the radio or put in that position, it makes them nervous just right off the bat.
Gina, I don't think, again, you really need, other than that seems to be your role, to apologize for this. I'm doing the apologizing. You don't need to.
Once again,
it's my turn to apologize.
Stepping all over Bill's thing.
Stop apologizing. I'm apologizing.
You know, you're always there to ruin the punchline, and now you're ruining the apology.
And quit throwing your shoes at me.
Wait, there's another one.
So
she really never said why she didn't want to be on the air, did she?
No, but she was scared. You know, she was nervous.
She did the I don't want to be on the air.
Maybe she had a real job and was supposed to be at work and didn't want anybody to hear her.
No, but anyway, I feel bad about it. I'm sorry. I'd like to find out her name, and I'll send her an apology or.
Yeah, I wouldn't call her. You'll scare her.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to scare you, and I'm sorry. I was a little short, but it's first thing in the morning, and we're just getting it together, and you know how I am.
Yeah.
But she doesn't.
Again, you can't treat everybody like you treat me.
Oh, shut up. I can too. You call right now, and I'll tell you to shut up. I don't care who you are.
Gary, Bill, and Gina on X96 Radio from Hell.
Gina?
Sure. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. Name of the episode is The Thanos Hole.
Okay. Someone go down that?
Well, it's that show with... what's the actor's name? Thanos?
Oh, Josh Brolin.
Yeah, he's got a hole in his backyard.
Yes, he does.
It takes you places.
Okay.
So we've named it the Thanos Hole. All right. I know you don't work at work. You just play on the internet at work. So I want you to go to, on YouTube, the Corridor channel.
What?
Yeah, or just search this once you get on YouTube. The Batman, but with Goofy Batman. This Corridor people, they have taken the trailer for the current Batman movie.
Abominable outlaws.
And laid visually and sound.
Kill you all.
Adam West. And it's brilliant.
All adds up to a sinister riddle.
Hello? Batman speaking.
What kind of creature would gobble up a bird in a tree?
The Penguin.
Batman doesn't dance anymore.
The special effects are just astounding. How they're able to lay these images on this current trailer.
Prepare Batcopter for immediate
complete with Robin and the Batcopter. And the best part is the Batmobile chase at the end, because it's the classic Batmobile, which is my favorite Batmobile. And he's chasing Burgess Meredith in the classic Batmobile.
This should win some award.
There should be an award for this kind of thing.
Very well done.
Can't get rid of a bomb.
So it's
What's it called again, Terry? If you just look.
It's just look up the.
I'm gonna tweet it out right now.
Yeah, it's on the Corridor channel. But if you just look for the Batman, but with Goofy Batman.
Okay.
then you'll find it. And there's even on the Corridor channel a before and after, so you can watch how they did it. But just absolutely brilliant. Completely visual for a radio show. I'm sorry, but you need to go and take a look at that. I just thought it was great. They posted it in the chat room already.
And I have it on my Twitter.
All right. And speaking of The Batman, everyone's watching it because it's on HBO Max, and so they're finally all able to get into it and see it. If you are enjoying it and you would like more, as always, I direct you to your local comic book store. DC Comics has announced that the Riddler himself, Paul Dano, who plays the Riddler in this version, has signed on to write a limited series about Edward Nashton's journey from discarded Gotham orphan to Batman's nemesis. So that will be Riddler Year One is what it's going to be called. 6-issue bi-monthly limited series launching in October. Joining Paul Dano is you got a European artist, Stevan Subic, who was very, very good. And his character origins are skipped on the big screen. He's kept a mystery for a reason.
Okay.
So that, we're experiencing the mystery of this character along with Batman.
Okay.
But now that you've seen the movie and you want to find out where he came from, it's all going to be there. Now, what it is Paul Dano and Matt Reeves, the director of the Batman, had constant conversations about where this guy came from, and they kept notes, and that's where all of this came
with
from.
that, okay.
So if you want to know about this Riddler, it'll be coming in October to your local comic book store. Another question that people are asking me, because we got this new Buzz Lightyear trailer, the final one, came out, and it's beautiful. Go take a look at it. Is people are asking me, what exactly is this?
Is it a backstory? Is it inspired by?
I have the answer for you.
Good.
Here is the context of this new movie from Pixar called Lightyear. So they talked to the director and writer, Angus Lane, and he explained where the idea came from. He said, one day after eating corn on the cob with my father, I saw a movie that changed my life, Star Wars.
Okay.
And after I saw Star Wars, all I wanted to play was Star Wars.
Okay.
All I wanted to draw was Star Wars. Star Wars was my religion. It lasted for years. And I always wondered, what movie was Buzz from? Why couldn't we just make that movie? So that's what we did. Lightyear is the movie that Andy saw that changed his life.
Got it.
It's Andy's Star Wars.
That makes sense.
A sci-fi epic designed to inspire a new generation. So what we'll be seeing is the movie
that Andy saw.
Andy saw.
Okay.
But then he goes deeper down the hole. I don't know if it's necessary to do this, but he said, this is the movie that he saw. I imagined that this was a movie, and then later there was a spin-off cartoon. And then the Toy Story toy was made off the cartoon design.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now, we did get a Buzz Lightyear cartoon. That is
I
canon.
remember that, yeah.
Now,
So
but this is live action, right?
No.
No, okay.
It's Chris Evans does the voice of the real Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah, he's playing, Anyway,
which makes sense because...
Well, to Andy, it would be a real life.
Yeah.
But to us, it's animated.
Yeah.
So he says the Toy Story toy was made off the cartoon design. That is very much the way it would be in the early 80s and 90s. There would be a big budget movie, and then it would get ported to a TV show. He says, I'm not diminishing anything about it, but that feels like the events, and that's how it went.
Okay.
So that's what you'll be seeing when you go see Lightyear.
Meta, anybody?
Very, isn't it? I mean, I'm kind of excited about how meta it is. I just hope people don't get lost in the process.
Yeah.
Netflix had some problems last week with money.
Yeah.
Their stock dropped.
They've gone broke, haven't they?
They're basically,
channel.
Yeah, they're losing subscribers. And so subsequently, a lot of things have been announced. There was it's a very famous comic book called Bone that they were adapting into an animated series. Netflix has dropped it. Yeah. Sorry, it's not going to happen. Bright 2 has been dropped, not just because of Will Smith's slap, but because that's a lot of money. So that's being dropped. Now, the other thing that happened, though, this is weird. I think, this is before they were having all kinds of problems. Wall Street Journal reports that Netflix has allotted the $30 million budget for each episode of Stranger Things' 4th season, which is debuting soon. $30 million budget for each episode. give you a clue.
Yeah.
That doubles the $15 million per episode HBO spent on the final season of Game of Thrones.
Why would it cost $30 million for Stranger Things?
I'll tell you why. Because those kids don't come cheap anymore.
Well, Millie Bobby Brown needs to prove the Earth is flat once and for all. That's why she needs that money to.
Is she a flat? No.
She is.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
There's Instagram video.
That sucks.
It is unfortunate. Anyway, there you go. Traffic, Gina, please.
Got a road closure, State Street at North Temple in downtown Salt Lake. All northbound lanes are being diverted onto westbound North Temple due to utility work. Not sure when State Street will reopen to go directly to the Capitol building, but that could be a downtown issue for you right now. That's the only issue I'm seeing, though, and you haven't sent anything in recently. But you certainly can if you see something you think we need to pass along. 33986 is where you do that.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We're going to take a break and play a song. And after that song, it's Frank Christ Presents They're Fine, Just Fine. You could win tickets to see Violent Femmes. So if you'd like, call and be on hold for a while, but gives you a better chance of winning. 877-602-9696.
So my daughter yesterday came downstairs and she said, I took a personality test and I am the rarest personality type in the world.
Which is what?
Well, there's this test called the Myers-Briggs test.
I'm taking this test right now. You send it to us.
I'm doing it now.
I'm trying to take it while you're talking, so go ahead.
And I think one of her classes at school, this was an exercise they were doing like in health class or something, but she was quite proud of the fact that she was the rarest personality type in the world, which is, there's a bunch of different kinds. There's the architect, the logician, the commander, the debater, the advocate, the mediator, the protagonist, the campaigner, the defender, the executive, the counsel. There's a bunch of them.
Says 16. Isn't that what it means? 16 personalities?
And she was an advocate, which is someone that's, they say like Nelson Mandela is an advocate, and Mother Teresa is an advocate, and that sort of. So she was very excited, and she said to my husband, she said, Dad, I want you to take this test because we are so similar. I bet you're the same.
I thought she was going to say, I want to move to South Africa.
I bet you're the. Now these tests, who knows how accurate they are. However, I look at how it describes her, and my husband was like, I don't think we're going to be the same. He took the test. He's the same. He is the same as her. And I took the test, and I am not the same as them. They are advocates.
Did it indicate that you had a personality?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm a mediator. I am.
No kidding.
No, but so if you say these tests are bunk,
I don't think they're bunk.
That doesn't surprise you when you hear that that's what mine is, right?
No, I think that they're. That they can be one gauge, one way of looking at a person, and try to figure out what they're like.
Yeah.
It's not everything, but
I found it very very interesting. But it says mediators you may know, people that share my personality type. William Shakespeare.
Well,
your personality type?
Mine.
Yours, okay.
Alicia Keys, Bjork.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Bjork.
Tom Hiddleston. I don't know why.
Tom Hiddleston is
yeah,
there?
I don't know why.
Okay.
But the last one they say, mediators you may know, people, famous people that share your personality type. Julia Roberts.
Julia Roberts.
So this is why I want you guys to take the test.
I wish you would sent this early enough. We could.
Yeah, this is taking a while.
I'm
actually
trying to get through it here, and I can't. I'm not going to be able to get through it
I think there's like 30 questions. Maybe you guys can take it, and we've got time before the end of the show. We can revisit it.
Okay, I'm going to stop taking it right now because I can't focus on. Can you focus on two things at once?
Is that a question?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I disagree.
You have got detailed education or career development plans stretching several years into the future. Well, hell no. You rarely dwell on your regrets. No, I dwell on my regrets constantly, so
Do
that
you
would
really?
be disagree? All right, okay.
You become bored or lose interest when the discussion gets highly. What are we talking about?
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you guys keep taking this during the commercials, and then maybe we have some space later in the show, I think, where we can get your results. And if people want, I'll tweet out this test if you want to take the test too. I found it to be very accurate.
You usually postpone finalizing decisions for as long as possible. Well, let's not do this. Let's not.
Let's not do this.
Let's not do this now. Let's do it sometime later. Okay.
All right. Well, okay.
Okay. Does that sound like a plan?
All right. We'll take it off.
I'm
the air.
mediating this. I'm helping us through this.
We'll see. All right.
Projected a warning by top Arizona utility officials that Arizona is going to cut off power to L.A.
Yeah, this could be a boner.
To Los Angeles if the city proceeds with its boycott of all things Arizona. The mayor on Wednesday defiantly rejected a warning by top Arizona utilities officials that the state could cut off power to Los Angeles should the city proceed with its boycott. Spokesman Dave Beltran told Fox News that the message didn't even warrant a response. We're not going to respond to threats from a state that has isolated itself from America that values freedom, liberty, and basic human rights, Beltran said. That was after Gary Pierce, a commissioner of the 5-member Arizona Corporation Commission, wrote a letter to Villagarosa. I can't say his name. It's Villaragosa.
Just mangle it.
Slamming his city council's decision to boycott the Grand Canyon State in protest of its immigration law by suspending official travel there and ending future contracts with state businesses. Noting that a quarter of Los Angeles' electricity comes from Arizona power plants, Pierce threatened to pull the plug if the city council does not reconsider. Doggone it! You're going to boycott this candy store, then don't come in for any of it, Pierce told Fox News. Well, I'm sure that they'll do that. I am sure that Arizona... As a matter of fact, if I were California, I'd say, go ahead. Go ahead.
Shut it off.
Go ahead. Put up or shut up.
You already look bad, Arizona. Do that and look worse.
They're not going to do it, is the point.
No.
They would never do it. They can't do it. We're going to cut off your power. Uh-huh. Okay, fine. Do it.
Everybody, this is my father,
Oh, I'm sorry.
What? Frank, what are you doing?
I hit the wrong button.
Are you tired from reaping Orrin Hatch?
Oh, God, that was a Lifetime Achievement Award is what that was.
It's kind of easy to take. It was like low-hanging fruit at that point.
Oh, at that point, yeah. But, anytime I can take a really big name, it's one for the mantle.
Yeah, it's one for the mantle.
All right, it's time to play the game that we call Frank Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
Yes, they're fine, just fine. At least 3 of the people I'm going to mention are fine, but one of them is not. One of these people has been reaped by our celebrity Grim Reaper, Frank Christ. Do we have a player on the phone?
I believe that Katrina is on the phone.
Good morning, Katrina.
Yeah. Good morning, guys.
Okay, Katrina, it's a very simple game, really. It's so simple.
It's so simple, but with a great prize. X96 presents The Violent Femmes live with special guest Soul Asylum at Maverick Center on June 10th.
I'm going to read you a list, Katrina, of 4 relatively famous people, and you have to tell me which one is not fine, which one has crossed through the veil and gone to heaven. All right. Now these people are all Cy Young Award winners. That's a baseball award for pitchers.
Oh, no.
Cy Young.
Okay.
Cy Young was a baseball pitcher from 1890 to his retirement in 1911. Apparently, he was just the best pitcher anybody had ever seen, so they named the award after him. All right, you ready?
Okay.
Here are 4 people.
I'm ready.
You have to tell me which one has departed. A.
Okay.
Vida Blue of the Oakland A's. He won the Cy Young in 1971. B. Jim Lonborg. He was a Red Sox. He won the Cy Young in 1967. C. Roy Halladay with the Phillies won in 2010. And D. Justin Verlander, who played with several teams, won 2 Cy Young Awards. Which one is not
I have no clue. I'm going to guess B.
You're going to guess C?
B.
Oh, B.
B is in boy.
Well, I'm sorry, Katrina. Jim Lonborg is still...
I've never met Jim. He's fine.
He's fine. He's 80 years old. Frank, you'll be meeting him soon. He's 80 years old.
He's on the list.
You want another chance,
I think we should give Katrina another chance.
Sure. I would love that.
All right. Vida Blue, he won in 71. Roy Halladay won in 2010. And Justin Verlander won in 2019.
Let's say A.
Vida Blue?
Vida's fine.
He's fine. I'm sorry, Katrina.
I'm terrible at this.
Never met him.
You know what? That's all right. They're fine.
Vida
Bill,
is 72.
It's obvious that Katrina doesn't know the bases ball.
Not in the slightest.
That's
Katrina?
okay, though, I think.
Katrina, I'm going to...
Yes.
This was kind of a trick question, okay? And I think I would give it to you. You wouldn't think that Roy Halladay, who won as recently as 2010, would be the person who was not fine, but that's true.
Right.
He died in a plane crash.
By the years.
He died in a plane crash in 2017. So he's not.
Poor soul.
I think we should just go ahead and give these to Katrina.
I think she deserves them.
Okay, because that wasn't a fair.
Thanks, Gina.
Not a fair contest there. I don't think.
Well, I'm trying
You
to
guys
make
are
it not.
awesome.
I'm trying to make it not the easiest thing we do here.
Yeah, that was pretty tough.
Yeah.
Katrina, hang on the line. Katie's going to get some information from you for those Violent
Guys,
Femmes
have a
tickets.
great day.
Put you on hold. And
It was really cruel of you, Frank, to take Roy Halladay.
Well, it was a tough one too. We did it on the plane. That was not easy.
He crashed the plane he was piloting in 2017.
Oh, I have an issue with Frank.
What's that?
Well, because Frank doesn't just take precious, famous celebrities.
Look, I'll take sports celebrities as well. I don't want to take our precious acting celebrity.
He takes animals too.
And you know what else he takes? festivals, famous festivals.
I'm sorry, Gina. I'm sorry about this one.
This is a tragedy.
I know. It was my dream to go there.
After more than 4 decades, one of the country's most famous food festivals is shutting down. The Gilroy Garlic Festival, a massive 3-day event in Northern California, city of Gilroy, where my father was born.
Yep.
They are closing, and I am blaming Frank for the death of the Gilroy Garlic Festival.
This one is not in my purview. This is the circumstances beyond my control, Reaper.
You're trying to blame Frank when really the reason is nobody gave a damn about a garlic festival anymore.
That's not true. It was hugely popular. It's so popular, in fact, that the reason they shut it down is they can't afford to maintain it anymore. It's gotten so big.
Yeah, see, that's Hank Christ. That's the circumstances beyond my control, Reaper. He's the one.
I see.
He's the one who took that one. I'm just celebrities. That's all I do.
So was your father ever the garlic king or anything like that?
I don't believe he was the garlic king, but this is his hometown, and he was a huge fan of. I'm just glad my dad is not around to see the death of the Gilroy Garlic Festival, because this would have done him in. This would have been the thing. He wouldn't want to live in a world without the Gilroy Garlic Festival.
Yeah, I know he wouldn't.
The event, which began in 1979, holds the Guinness World Record of the largest attendance of a garlic festival.
At a garlic festival,
yes. Well, listen, there's nothing that we can do. We Reapers, we're handed our orders, and we have to carry them out.
Frank's not him.
Even Hank had to follow that order.
Okay.
So I have to go. Has anyone seen Bob Barker?
No. Is anyone where he is? Golfing, I think.
Gina, I had something I wanted to give to you before we take a break here. If you're interested, I'll send it to you. It's a very quick, and you might be interested in this, I don't know. It's a very quick yoga sequence that can help relieve tight hips in 5 minutes.
Tight hips?
So if you got tight hips.
What makes you think I have tight hips?
I'm not sure, but if it's possible for you to have some ailment, I think you will.
That's true.
So I think you might
have... send it to me, sure.
Okay, because if you have tight hips, this is... I don't know what that means.
What does it mean to have tight hips?
I don't know.
It's.
I don't have tight anything, so I probably
If
don't.
you know what it means to have tight hips, give us a call at 877-602-9696.
Having tight hips is at the front. The fear of future obligation and expectation. Hips tight in the back is being stuck in the past.
Oh,
that it means something?
Apparently. Apparently. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll take a break. We'll be back. Big Boy News coming up after these. Stand by.
I was going to mention this article a little bit more.
Oh, okay. This is the Tribune article?
Yeah, this guy calls me. And that's why, I don't know what Richie expected. He calls me, he asks for some quotes. Mm-hmm. So the first thing you want to do, obviously, is see if he got the quotes right.
Yeah.
Isn't that what you always do? If you're being quoted
I don't want to be
paper?
misquoted.
No.
I might come off looking stupid.
I'm just concerned my name's spelled right.
It is. And I was quoted correctly. I don't know about you, because you haven't looked yet.
I was rambling. I was doing my dishes when he called, so I had him on my jawbone, you know.
I was...
I'm in the bathroom?
No, I was at Liberty Park putting my kids on the Ferris wheel and the little all the little death trap rides that are over there at Liberty Park. The little injury-inducing ride. I cut myself on this.
Really?
Allred, in referencing his 5,000th episode on the Radio from Hell program, was quoted as saying, "You little jerk, get on that ride!"
You're bringing the little jerks tonight, right?
But the quote, this dawned on me. This was, I think, one of the more brilliant observations I've ever had. The reporter from the Salt Lake Tribune asked me, so why do you think your show has been on so long? Why has it lasted 5,000 episodes when other morning shows and radio shows have come and gone? Some appear and go quickly, some are there for a while, but they disappear. Why have you guys lasted 5,000 episodes? And I said, well, it seems pretty simple to me. It's because nobody ever fired us. Really? I mean, isn't that he kind of paused and he said, well, I guess that is true, isn't it?
Well, but we were
It doesn't
fired.
mean it's good. We just weren't fired.
We were fired once.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess we were fired once.
Yeah.
No, you weren't fired. You could have stayed. You two could have kept doing the show.
No, he was told he would be fired if he didn't sign the contract.
That's what I mean. If you had signed the contract,
I was fired. I was fired because I wanted to be fired. I don't count. I don't count that as really being fired.
Mm-hmm.
I was fired because I really, really wanted to be fired in the long run. I wasn't going to sign.
You could have kept your job if you wanted.
Yeah.
You signed the contract. You keep your job.
I wasn't going to sign a contract with those people, and I said to myself, if they fire me, I'll get unemployment. So yeah, that's what I want. I wanted to be fired.
So you were fired.
Yeah, but nobody's ever really fired.
Like I said,
fired
you
us.
suck. I don't want you to work here anymore. Get out.
Technically, I've been fired. You were never fired.
I've been fired many, many times. Oh, you mean from that
Not
job?
from this show.
Yeah,
But not from this show.
From the show. You've never been fired from this show.
Not from this show, no.
No.
Well, that's where it matters.
No. Never been fired from this show. And I was fired kind of by design, so I don't count that.
Okay, 9:20 right now, and it's time for Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
X96 welcomes the Monster Energy AMA Supercross World Championships to Rice Eccles Stadium on May 7th. Listen all week long to Radio from Hell in the mornings and Todd Newcomb in the afternoons to win tickets. Info, ticket links, and contest deals at x96.com.
You're saying it wrong, though.
What?
Supercross. You got to drop it like that. Supercross.
Drink some sandpaper. Well, I know this is going to make a lot of you. You're going to be worried for this precious celebrity.
Oh?
Because she is about to enter the trials and tribulations of the menopause.
Menopause.
Yeah, we're talking about Gwyneth Paltrow. She founded the lifestyle website Goop.
Mm-hmm.
She's 49, and she's told her Instagram followers that there was conflicting science around some of the hormone stuff.
Oh, great. Here we go.
She said, I'm trying to get my gut in the best shape possible from here.
Mm-hmm.
And she's recruited a mentor
Mm-hmm.
to guide her through
menopause. She hasn't
has
called me.
spoken of her struggles with hormonal changes as she goes through perimenopause, the time before menopause.
That's where I'm at.
Which usually starts between 45 and 55. She said she was staying close to both her doctor and a medicine expert.
What? Isn't a doctor a medicine expert?
But yeah. There are different medicines. This is alternative medicine who's helping her with certain supplementation. She told W Magazine that she takes Goop's Madam Ovary supplements.
Madam Ovary, I get it.
Which include herbs,
Madam
adaptogens, and phytonutrients.
So vitamins.
Adaptogens.
Yeah, it's vitamin.
Now, it's people like this that give vitamins a bad name because there are certain supplements that you can take that are good for you and you maybe should take.
That's where all the money is now, though, is selling supplements to people. Joe Rogan does it. Now Gwyneth Paltrow does it. They all do it.
Alex Jones did it.
I got the documents right here.
Yeah, right here. Diet and exercise are...
Estradiol and other estrogens may be valuable in increasing the libido and general sense of well-being, and in modifying the effects of severe depression.
She says diet and exercise are super important.
Yeah, we know.
I try to walk multiple times a week, sweat, exercise, I sauna, and those are just my ways of coping. Now, don't let it. Don't think that I'm making light of menopause. That's not.
Yeah, don't.
I am not.
You will incur wrath.
Yeah, I
The
am not.
physician must always carefully weigh the type and intensity of his patient's symptoms in his mind and gauge his therapy accordingly. He must realize that her problems are real and in many cases acute. Frequently, explanation, reassurance, and mild sedation will carry these women over this transition phase of life.
That's what Gina needs. Mild sedation.
Yeah.
That's what you need. Yeah, no, I'm not making light of menopause, but I'm going to get a mentor to guide me through. Oh, boy.
She's monetizing menopause is what she's doing.
Yeah. Well, somebody should do it. Oscar winner Dustin Lance Black. I've been reading more about the things he said about his upcoming mini-series Under the Banner of Heaven. It is really going to upset people around here. It starts streaming on Hulu on Thursday. I think there are 2 episodes on Thursday, and then they drop one a week after that.
It's based on a book that came out like 20 years ago.
And it's about the murders that people still vividly remember. The Lafferty brothers, when they murdered their sister-in-law, Brenda, and her toddler baby, Erica, I think the baby.
The story goes back and forth between the murders and then back to the origins of the Mormon Church.
The first part of the book is pretty well just strictly the founding of the Mormon Church and how it happened, and Joseph Smith, and it just retells that. Very little about the Laffertys. It does, there is a little bit of that there, but then it gets more and more focused on them.
And this isn't like a book like a hit job on the Mormon Church. John Krakauer is a very well respected.
He researched
author, and he most of his books are, if not all of them, are based on actual stories.
Dustin Lance Black is he won an Oscar for Milk, the story of Harvey Milk.
Good movie.
He's a former member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
That I did not know.
Yeah, he's an openly gay man. He said, I'm no longer active in the church for a lot of reasons that are probably quite clear. He talks, he said, there are things in here that will upset people, and but I'm trying to tell the story the best way I can. Now, you're going to, I don't know who put this in, but it says you're also going to find some things in it that don't ring true, that they get kind of wrong. Like Brenda Lafferty from Idaho is somehow under the impression that Brigham Young University is in Salt Lake City. She would know that it's not in Salt Lake City, it's in Provo. And there are a couple of other things like that, which people will pick at and say, you see, they don't really know what they're talking about. And it's he said, this is a fictionalization of the account of the real. Now,
the character that Andrew Garfield plays is an amalgam of a bunch of different investigators.
Yeah, and it's so, and John Krakauer's book, Under the Banner of Heaven, was not a fictionalization. It was a straight accounting of the crime, and I've been reading it recently, and I just read the description of the murder. It's just horrible. Anyway, evangelical pastor Franklin Graham has been blasting away at Disney for having its morals in the gutter.
Disney.
Yeah. While writing on Facebook, the hardline Christian told his 10 million followers that he was glad the entertainment firm's power and finances were being pounded after it came out against DeSantis' so-called Don't Say Gay law. What has happened at Disney is moral failure. Walt Disney had a vision for wholesome family entertainment. He was committed to the family. The morals of the corporate leadership of Disney today are in the gutter.
Are they? Really?
I was reading something, I think it was in the New York Times, where people have taken little things and blown them out of proportion. And there was apparently some production meeting, where they were talking about future Disney projects. And somebody said in the meeting, we ought to start thinking about making things a little more gay friendly,
They have been lately.
And that immediately becomes, you see, they're grooming kids. That's what they want to do, is groom kids.
No.
Well, that's what these people are saying. Of course not.
It's called representation.
He said,
these people exist in the world.
They do exist.
So.
Yeah, and they said the other thing is that it was interesting. They talked about the number of people in the Disney organization that may be openly gay,
There's a lot.
there are.
Yeah,
of course.
But Disney points out they're about 0.01% of the 300,000 people we employ. It's
and so what?
Yeah. Again, it's not, and that word groomer, that's being flung around.
I'll tell you
carelessly.
LGBTQ activists are using corporations to force their agenda on the public.
No, it's called representation. They're
Disney's
selling
gone
things.
Too far.
They want your money.
You can say no all you want. I'm telling you, this is moral failure.
All right.
A three-legged dog with cancer saved a baby otter in Minnesota.
All right. Weather?
Nice today. Increasing clouds, 65 for a high. They only gradually warm up throughout the week till Thursday. We could be close to 80. Then next chance of showers looks like maybe overnight, Thursday night, but not a big storm possibility. But that's our next possible opportunity. We look for all of the water opportunities we can get. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name's changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
All right.
I don't, by the way, I don't believe that three-legged dog story for a minute.
Oh, really?
No.
Okay. Hang on.
Win 1,000.
Yes. May I help you?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred here to see Mr. Acme?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred? And this is regarding...
Well, we work for Mr. Acme, and he wanted to see us today.
I see. And you work for him in which one of his businesses?
Radio. You know, we do a morning radio show at his radio station.
Oh, yes. Mr. Acme is involved with some little broadcast facility somewhere, isn't he? Let me call him. He's having his daily rub-down right now. Mr. Acme?
What the hell do you want? You know I don't like to be disturbed when Gregor is giving me my rub-down. Ouch! Damn it! I told you that my coccyx is sore, Gregor! I'm calling the doctor. Don't rub me so hard there! Jesus! Now what the hell do you want?
I'm sorry, Mr. Acme, but there are 2 radio people out here to see you. What were your names again?
Carrie and Bill. Bill?
Is that Allred and Jackson out there? God, I forgot. It's salary time again. Okay, tell them to have a seat. We're just about finished here. Damn it, Gregor! Don't push so hard on that! Very thought in the dark. Oh, I'm sore everywhere that my belt rubs.
Have a seat, gentlemen. Mr. Acme will be right with you.
Oh, great. Acme's got some sore muscles, and we're here to talk about raises. What great timing.
Oh, he's always in a bad mood or sore or something anyway. I don't see where one day is any better than another when it comes to talking about money. For hell's sakes, Gary. I mean, last year during our job evaluation meeting, he jumped across the restaurant table and jabbed the dinner fork into my upper thigh. I bled like a pig.
I remember. He must have stuck that thing in about 3 inches.
Yeah, thanks for closing me up. I don't know if I've ever told you enough how grateful I was.
No, don't worry about it. It was nothing. I was just glad I had that little staple gun in my backpack.
I'm nervous. I mean, I'm just not very good at this asking for a raise thing.
Remember, we got to be tough. We got to stand our ground. I mean, sure, we're asking for a lot, but, you know, we work hard at the radio station. I don't think that 15 every 2 weeks is too much to ask.
But, Carrie, 15 every 2 weeks adds up to $30 a month. I'm telling you, it's too much. He'll never go for it.
You know, I think you're right. We got to get out of here. Oh, okay. Here's what we do.
What?
I'll pretend that I'm sick, and then you pretend to rush me to the hospital, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am, will you tell Mr. Acme we'll be back some other time? I've got to rush my partner to the hospital. I think it's his ovaries or something. His uvula or something. You're going to be okay, partner.
One more note on that Under the Banner of Heaven thing, our friend Babs DeLay. I was schlepping around John Waters during the Sundance Film Festival just after the Lafferty murders.
Whoa.
He was fascinated and wanted to be driven out to the site of the murders and the compound.
Wow.
Oh, all right.
Do you or someone you love struggle with addiction? Help is out there. Renaissance Ranch is one of Utah's best addiction treatment centers. Schedule a free consultation at renaissanceranch.com.
You know, Gina, I'm always looking for things for you to make your life better.
Thank you.
Because I think you need all the positive things you can get.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. And
now more than ever.
In these troubled times.
That's right. I saw this list.
Oh, a list, you say?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
And what made me think this would be perfect for you, it says 39 practical things to treat yourself to. If you're looking for a little treat, you'll actually use Look No Further.
I can't wait to hear.
Now, some of them I won't go into, but how about a set of 4 cell phone ring holders with a 360-degree rotation?
I don't have any need.
Yeah, you do. It's only $8.49.
Is this all stuff I have to buy? Is that
a
what
set
this-
of 4? Well, of course it is.
Okay.
What else would it be?
How much would you pay for peace of mind?
I don't need that.
How about a massage ball you can use on yourself or other people?
Oh?
Wouldn't that be fun?
Maybe.
Now, how about, oh, come on, now you really want this. A mushroom growing kit
Nope.
that grows right there in the package.
Nope. I have no use for mushroom. Wait a minute. What's the title of this list again?
39 practical things to treat yourself to.
A mushroom growing kit is a treat?
Yeah. Well, there are people who love
Okay.
mushroom. Now, I know you don't,
No,
so I shouldn't have put that in there. How about a gorgeous and reliable electric tea kettle that boils 4 cups of water?
Gorgeous.
A baby Yoda dishwasher magnet so cute it'll make chores fun.
There you go.
No magnet makes chores fun. What?
This is what you need.
Please, Gina, you got to have an open mind.
Please. This is what you need. This a Tronco 20-ounce glass tumbler with a silicone straw and a protective bamboo lid. It's only $15. You can drink water out of it.
Gina, surely a cup will make all the difference.
Well, I'm
Carrie, it's
enjoying
a
the
glass.
magnet.
Yeah. Or how about, now I know you need this. You need a Tronco ceramic colander.
Ceramic?
That sounds impractical.
Yeah, it really does.
Colander.
It's beautiful. And this list says 39 practical things. So it must be practical.
So far, I'm not. These aren't helping my mood.
The ring thing. It's a little thing that you can, when you take off your rings, you can put them on this little post.
The ring holder.
And then there's a lid that goes on it.
Why does it need a lid?
For traveling.
Oh.
You see, if you want to keep some rings in reserve, because I know you like to change.
No, the rings I have on my fingers are the rings that I have. I'm not changing rings.
Listen, that boho chic ceramic colander, Gina, you can wash and display your fruit in it.
Display your fruit.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Let's see. How about, I'm trying to find one that would really be.
If you've ever wanted to display your fruit, give us a call at 877-602-9696.
A plug-in color shifting mushroom light for.
What's with all the mushroom stuff?
I don't. Mushrooms are mushrooms are
trendy?
in.
Mushrooms are so hot right now.
They really are.
Mushrooms out. Asparagus.
A durable Shark Tank featured outdoor blanket that folds up into a small shape.
Okay, that could be useful.
Yeah, you could keep
That
it in
could
your
be
car.
useful.
It's extra cozy for sitting on your dining area or in your porch out, when the weather's a little chilly. How about a set of monkey noodles?
A what?
A set of monkey noodles. A quiet sensory toy that stretches, pulls, twirls, and wraps and squeezes.
Like a fidget toy, kind of?
I don't know. They look like big gel things that you can just pull on. I don't know why they're called
I
monkey
don't
noodles.
need. So far, barely anything here is
Nothing?
registered.
It all sounds like junk you don't need,
Yeah.
frankly.
A bamboo book rest and document reader to prop up your cookbooks?
No, I don't need that.
No?
I don't need that.
No? Really?
Maybe you could use the glass from earlier. You just fill it with water
Yeah,
and it's
that can
heavy enough
hold
to
it.
prop it up. Yeah.
Oh, no, you don't need an egg cooker.
No.
We have an egg cooker.
Do you use the
Do
egg
you?
cooker? Oh, you mean it's a pan?
It's a pan.
Yeah. We put water in the pan and
Yeah.
This would be for you, Gina. A cropped, compressive workout tank with a padded built-in bra.
No.
Oh, tank top. Okay.
No.
You said workout tank, and I pictured something that you'd get it.
Like with a big gun on
Yeah,
it.
like
I don't wear tank tops. So
Well, you should try. A
no,
mesh
so far,
body.
none of these are helping. It's-
A mesh body exfoliator from Love Scrub that'll knock your loofahs and washcloths out of the park.
How much?
$18.
Yeah, because I get it for like $3 at CVS.
$18, and what it is a washcloth.
Yeah.
Well, I
This
guess
is.
we're
I mean, you got me all excited, Bill, and now
kind of striking out here.
none of this is helping.
You sure the boho chic ceramic colander?
No, I appreciate you trying.
Again, that ceramic colander just sounds
Impractical.
Yeah.
It does. The picture of it, it looks kind of cool, but it's not practical. So
Because a colander, you put the things in to rinse it, and it's got to be a little pretty light. And,
Well, it's
and
only
the
18.
ceramic thing is not light.
it's only $18, so you could have 3 or 4 in reserve when you break them.
Getting a text here from somebody's dad. Gina asks, why mushrooms? Because they're fun guys.
Thank you.
Fun,
It's
fun
been
guys.
Dad Joke Monday here on.
Oh,
Well,
that's really
okay, I
unfortunate.
tried to chip.
Okay, well.
I guess no.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay, we will take a break. We'll be back crawling towards the exits after these.
Hi, I'm.
I was reading one of those woman magazines.
One of your women magazines?
Like your
Ms., your Red Book?
No.
Ladies' Home Journal?
No, like Glamour or Allure or one of those.
Mary
And-
Claire?
And not tongue in cheek. Because a lot of times they have, helpful tips in there on how to, host a cocktail party.
Mm-hmm.
They had an article about tips on using weed at parties.
Using weed at parties.
Is it like etiquette? This is weed etiquette.
Yeah.
Like, is it proper etiquette to bring weed as a hostess gift?
Depends on whose party
Depends
you're
on
going
what-
to.
But I mean, this is an art.
Mhm.
They wrote it just like,
Yeah.
do you bring a bottle of wine to your hostess gift? If you bring weed, how do you go about? Do you smoke it inside? Do you go out on the porch? Do you offer some to other? If somebody else has brought it, what's the proper way to ask?
So are these articles written for people who have no common sense?
Yeah.
The point is that the point is exactly what the point that Drop's making is.
Is that back in the 50s, it was, you'll
now
you'll
it's
go
like,
on a killing spree, and now
Yeah.
it's don't smoke
now
in the park.
or don't smoke in the house, take it outside. But this is alongside pictures of women in black cocktail dress. They're not hippies with dreadlocks. It's your typical cocktail party.
Which is ridiculous.
You don't think people in black
I don't
evening
think so.
gowns
No.
are smoking?
No, I resent the fact that the middle class and the upper class has co-opted marijuana. It should be just the hippies, the patchouli oil wearing, dreadlocked hippies, the tie-dye crowd.
It was just interesting that it was just presented in a.
Yeah, but the way you describe the article too, it's just I'm still fixated on the fact that it's apparently written for morons.
Well, that.
It's just like what?
But but the type of people that read those kind of magazines
Are morons?
maybe haven't encountered that before. I don't know.
Have not encountered common sense.
Well, the point is, the word I will take from you is common. It is now common. That's why it's appearing in magazines.
No, I see. I get that. That's an interesting part of it. But if it were about booze, it would also be for idiots.
Mm-hmm.
It's an article for an idiot.
Well,
God,
they're not. Why does this make you? I just thought it was interesting. It wasn't, the New Yorker. It's a dumb woman's magazine.
Yeah, I know. It's I
get makeup tips out of it. That's what I'm going to that magazine for, not an in-depth article on pot etiquette.
Dad jokes. Amnesiac walks into a bar, goes up to a beautiful blonde and says, "So do I come here often?" No?
So I was a little worried.
Why?
Yes.
Because Jonesy got asked to prom.
Oh, yes.
And it coincided with the plans I had already made to go out of town this last weekend.
Okay. Oh, so prom was this weekend?
Yeah. So
I'll chaperone.
No, was last week.
Oh, you could have called on me. I would have chaperoned.
And I was worried because she's never gone to a dance, like homecoming, or she's never been to a dance before.
The girl
you know what it is.
The girl who famously said she'd never go.
Right. And I always said, well, if the right boy asks you, you probably will. And the right boy asked her. But she is so herself. So I was all worried about it. I'm like, I got to make you a hair appointment, got to make you a nail appointment. We got to go get you a dress. And she said, I'll just order something. I'll just order a dress. I'll just go online and
Good
order
for
a
her.
dress.
All right.
Which she did like 3 weeks ago. And every day I'm like, did your dress come yet? No, not yet. When's it supposed to be here? I don't know. And I'm getting ready to go out of town, and I'm like, I'm going to leave, and you're going to have prom and not have anything to wear. And I am...
She'll have to go naked.
And I am worried about this. And she's like, it'll be fine, Mom. If it doesn't come, I have another dress I can wear. Now, usually girls with prom are like, the dress is the most important thing. You got to get the right dress.
It's more important than your date.
And you certainly can't wear a dress that you've worn before.
No.
Or that you've had before. And so I said, before I leave, I said, let's just go to the mall and get you a backup dress. If the dress comes, then great. If not, at least you have something new to wear.
Oh, she didn't let you pick it out, did she?
Well, but so we go to the mall, and I'm like, how about you try this? She's like, I really don't want anything. I'm fine. I
Can't
don't
you take
need
her
it.
word for it?
And then while I'm at the mall, I'm like, why don't I get you while we're here, let's get you some other clothes. Do you need some other I have clothes. I don't need...
Why don't you leave her alone? God! Leave the poor thing alone.
Let me do something for you.
What? Wait a minute. No, Gina, what you're saying is, let me do something for me.
Well, no.
That would be for you, not her.
No, she will wear shoes till there are holes in the bottom, and she will, because her idea is, well, I have shoes. These work fine.
That's
I don't
her
need new
idea. Let her have it.
So I'm leaving to go out of town, and the last thing I'm worried about is I'm leaving. Did your dress come? No, my dress didn't come. Prom is on Saturday.
Oh,
I'm out of town. I'm getting ready to go to the wedding. Call Joe. I'm like, did the dress? No, Mom, it's fine. I have something I can wear.
It's okay. Dad's making me one.
It's all fine. And I said, well, just make sure Dad takes lots of pictures because the pictures are important. And he, luckily, he took pictures and sent me pictures. And she ended up wearing a dress she already had in her closet.
And she looked horrible.
And she looked beautiful.
Yeah.
And I had been worried for nothing. And she was not worried at all at any point during this.
Mm-hmm.
And so I said, well, how was it? And she said, well, the dinner was great, but the prom itself was hot and sweaty and too many people, and like the actual prom part is the least fun part of going to prom. So I know we have always said on this show, just say no to prom.
Yeah.
Yet I was trying to push prom on her.
So what lessons have you learned from this, Gina? Anything?
I mean, she's glad she went, but I should just listen to her. I was.
Whoa, there's an idea.
I was all worried that prom was going to come and she was going to be like, and she was going to have anxiety because she didn't have anything to wear. And
So you don't know your daughter, apparently.
She appears to be changing pretty quickly.
Yeah.
From I will never go to prom to to this.
Yeah. So, but she does it her own way, and I'm glad. And I'm glad my fears were unfounded.
And
she was
that's
just
great.
fine.
That's great until next time when you try to manage your life.
See, what I think is happening here, if I may,
Okay.
is that she has observed your relationship with your mom
Yeah.
and has decided, not going to happen.
That's not for her. I don't want that.
I'm going to not have that.
She does her own thing for sure. And
But maybe you ought to take a lesson from her.
oh, it's too late for me.
No, it's Gina. It's never too late. We got you drunk once.
Once.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of her, is what I'm saying. That she's just. That I'm glad she's not your typical. Oh, my hair has to be perfect, and my dress has to be perfect, and my shoes have to be perfect.
My only concern is that now that she's found that, doing these sort of things and being with boys and all that is okay.
Yes.
Is this going to distract her from being the Surgeon General of the United States?
I don't think so.
No.
Because
in fact, we had a talk last night about that, and she schedules everything. She has a spreadsheet for everything.
Mm-hmm.
And this boy that she likes, she has scheduled that she can see him on Tuesdays.
Good.
Because Wednesday is her easy class day at school, which means she doesn't have much homework Tuesday nights.
All right.
This is an actual
I am
conversation.
encouraged by this. This is exactly what I wanted to hear.
She said,
Gina, why don't you ask her how to do a spreadsheet?
I would screw up a spreadsheet. So she's Tuesday nights and one night on the weekend. Those are her. But her only during the week time she will see him is Tuesday nights because that's a light homework night.
That's good.
Now, meanwhile, the crisis in our family
yes.
is the nieces got their ears pierced.
Oh.
Much to the chagrin of Drew.
How old are they?
4 and 6. Yes.
And your brother-in-law?
Much to the chagrin of my brother.
Didn't like it.
He, as he put it, I just got tired of fighting with them.
Fighting with the four.
Fighting with mom and the girls.
It's a small thing.
Yeah. I saw the picture. They're adorable,
Now, I don't like the baby ear piercing thing. I know there are people that feel strongly about the baby ear piercing.
They pierce their babies' ears.
And they do it because they say, well, they're babies. You can do all kinds of things, and they don't know. And
no,
they'll be glad that they had it done when they
still
were
hurts.
babies.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, when you have your son circumcised, whoa, you wish you never did it.
6 and 8. That's right. I'm behind.
I don't like the baby ear, but 6 and 8, that's fine.
They're and they look great.
Yeah,
because they're adorable. Little flowery earrings.
Yeah. Nice.
Anyway, Shall we do the promo and crawl towards the exit?
I guess so. Let me just pull that up here. Oh, I get to do my favorite line. Coming up on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show.
At 7:45, we have a letter from our son Kyle giving us an update on his life. Then at 8 a.m., Jonathan Deasing is back for our Tuesday Tech Talk.
So join us for that and more on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
There we go.
Well, 2 jumper cables walk into a bar. Said, we'd like a couple of beers, please. And the bartender says, okay, but don't start anything. It's good.
That's good. I like that one.
Good, yeah.
That's good.
All right.
Yeah.
Garbage Gus says, I'm still waiting for prom.
Oh, yeah, we talked about doing
Well, we talked about that before COVID. So
We talk about a lot of things that we never do.
fine job as always, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Don't start anything.
Marcy is